macha honuan. Koyasko tinigan tapitato atoskeon kakegi go xnomato mina kakegi go taxnomato asaka. Kento tamaten tasawimia kakio anosu takagisiga. Anamoson kista kenaskont nasamina noskagisiga. Sitos kaunan koyasko tinigan nepmacha honuan tisua bahtamaa. Higuan makakio kapun totama anu muuta kiksi. Higuan makinas kompten nohtawi. Nemosom nohkom kista vaan kinas kompten nohskagisiga. Thank you, mi God, mercy, kinas kompten aho. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gladu. Before we get into the formal part of it, I have a statement I'd like to make. Having been involved since the late 90s and was chair at the Fort St. John AGM that created our Constitution. The Senate, as a judicial arm, has been asking for years and years and years to be able to present to the people. And it's finally happened. I'd like to thank the President and the present board for listening to the people, so we can now explain to them how a judicial system works and why we're here for the people. Again, I raise my hands to the board and the President. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, as you can see, there's several black shirts sitting up here at the table with me. I'm not sure why we picked the color black, but probably because it's basic and mostly male dominated at the time. We have no sense of what kind of color to use. I was first approached by Brian LaRose in 1999. I was then still president of the Papermakers Union, Crofton Pulp and Paper Complex. He knew my retirement was coming up, and at that time I just discovered that I was Métis. I never knew before. I was one of those hidden ones that until your parents go, and then all of a sudden you find 2 birth certificates. First 2 names are right, and the last names are different. He said, Al, we're creating a Senate. And I said, what's that got to do with me? He said, well, you have a varied background in negotiations, and I sat on several contract language committees and eventually was a secretary for it. He said, I think you could really help our people if it's in your mind to do so. And he said, I'd like to appoint you as a senator for Region 1. I said, well, okay, I'll give it a go, but if I don't like it, I'll tell you what you can do with it. They swore me in at a community meeting. As I was going out the door, he said, oh, by the way, he said, I'd like you to create the policies and procedures, the code of ethics, and anything you can think of that might be able to go into the Senate Act. I said, good God. Really? A year and a half later, I cobbled together something which I presented at that time to Dean Trumbley, who'd also been working on it. Between the two of us, he and I managed to rumble something out in time for the 2005 AGM, and I just retired. What you see in front of you and in your governance documents is a culmination of those efforts. And it was done because all my life I'd represented people, and I believed that the ordinary person is the one that should be looked after and treated with respect and consideration. A nation that does not have any way for the people to question their elected officials is not a nation. Hitler proved that. So did Napoleon. They were very brilliant men, by the way, but As Thomas Paine wrote in his famous letters when he's arguing over the rights of man, a government that is not answerable to its people fails. There's not a republic in this world yet that has succeeded. Everyone has failed so far. If you're a student of history, look it up. The United States of America is a republic. Look how it's doing right now. Not very well. I engaged pro bono a legal counsel that I'd utilized in negotiations. I said, Dick, I need your help. We have a chance to do something here. We can put together a judicial system which is simple, based on natural law, is answerable to the people, and has a code of ethics. You people realize in MNBC you have the only judicial system in the world that has a code of ethics? The only one. Take a great sense of pride in that. And now I'm going to ask the senators, coming from my left, going this way, to just stand up, introduce themselves, give their region and who they are. Senator Pope.
What? Senator Pope, Gerald Pope from Fort St. John. I represent Region 7. Covers a fairly big, diverse area. So if you want to go somewhere, it does take a lot of time and effort. I tell people, phone me. If you need something, help in any way, I'll try and help with whatever matter that I can. I'm lucky that I have my brother Dan sitting in the audience, so that, you know, he's approachable and he tends to bring me stuff from time to time. So when I was first asked to step up and be one, just out of the blue, maybe you might remember Jean Peerless. She asked me. I was sitting on the local board. She said, "Would you become our senator?" And I didn't even bat an eye because it was Jean. "Oh yeah, sure." And I thought, what the hell did I say that for? But I'm awful glad that I did. I've got to work with some tremendous people over the years. The biggest thing was finding out your own history. That what you were taught in school is nothing compared to what we have as a people. It is just unbelievable. And you, unless you dig into it and realize, don't know, a few years back they had an excerpt in the Vancouver Sun about Simon Fraser's expedition. And all the way through there, he repeatedly says, "I would never have made it had not been for the half-breed guides that got me here." Gee whiz, I wonder who them people were. And he made it to the coast and back with half-breed guides. So if you look at it just from that perspective, without that, none of the people, unless you sailed here by boat, made it across the mountains without the half-breed guides. Be proud of who you are. Thank you.
Betty Hugendorn from Golden, Region 4. I was born in Ontario, northeast of Winnipeg, and I never knew that I was Métis until 1995. We were seen and not heard about that sort of thing, you know, way back then, because I'm older. And I'm very proud to be Métis, I tell you. And I guess that's all. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandra Conlon from Northwest Region 6. It's nice to look out and see some people I've, over the years, sort of done work with, and our regional director, Susie, does many other things on the board. Thank you so much for your faith in me. So I just wanted to let you know a little bit about myself. I've worked for many years with families and children, I work as a clinical counselor in my day job, and I'm really so happy to see the way things are going with the Métis Nation now, and I'm happy to have been just a small part of that. So I'm looking forward for us to share more about what happens with the Senate, and so I hope you all have a good day.
Good morning, everyone. Excuse me. I'm Bill Bresser. I'm the Senate clerk, and that's kind of morphed into this job. I'm the accidental Senate clerk. My sister got sick a number of years ago. She was the Senate clerk, and Al said we need someone to fill in because my sister was sick, and 3 years later, here I am. So, anyhow, I really enjoy the job, and I enjoy interacting with all the people in Métis Nation, BC.
I'm the shy and retiring senator. Region 1, I gave a brief explanation how I got here. It's been an interesting journey, and it's been as educational as it has been a pleasure to work for you people. Thank you.
Philip Gladue, Region 2, and I've been a senator for quite a long time now, and for me, before I got into this, I had two people come to the House for a long, long time to ask me to take the Senate position here for the Lower Mainland. And I said, I don't know if I can do that. I don't have the education that some of these people that I'm going to be sitting with. No, he said. We need you the most. You know the history, you know the language, you know the culture. We need that. Everybody has something to put in. So the light kind of went on for me. And anything to do with judicial system, I learned along the way. And you know, that was the best thing I could ever done to accept this position. I struggled with it for a long time because I couldn't see the traditional culture on it. When I first met, well, Al was the only one at that time, when we went into a room, the first thing I noticed was, these are all men in this room. For me, where's the woman? And I mentioned that right away. I said, we'll work on it. Because we are the examples for our people. To be able to not only support our culture, our history, our language, and everything that goes with it. And for me, it goes all the way back to the moment. My mother, my grandparents, my aunts, they were the ones that made the Métis Nation. Like Al just said, Fraser, Thompson, their wives were Métis. If it wasn't for the Métis woman, in those days, there would never have been a Métis Nation here today, if it wasn't for those women. So I go back looking at that part of history. Where did we actually come from? It has to go back to our grannies. It has to go back there. And they did a lot of work without it being acknowledged for so long. It's happening now. It's happening in the education system. And that's where it needs to go. So I'm happy to be standing here in front of you explaining about not only my identity, but the role that I play. And I think it's very important that each one of us, we support that whole concept. You can't be one side because the grass is greener on one side. You got to bring them both together to get that balance. For who? For our children. They're the ones that's going to make the biggest difference if we bring them up in a healthy way. So thank you again for listening to me, and hope to see you again during the day and have a little chat with anyone. Thank you. Kinaskum Kna.
Into the mic. Okay, I was told to talk into the mic. Anyway, good morning. My name is Arnold Lucier. I'm for Region 5 Senator. I've been involved with Métis Nation since, I would say, the early 80s, forever. And I was asked to represent, or elected for Senator in 2017. And I had 2 meetings with them. And I said, I just can't do this. This is just like my fellow Senator Phil just said, I don't have the education for this. But I'm glad I have stuck it out. It is unreal what I have learned and seen and felt. You don't think you bring anything to this table. But, you know, the Senate, the way it was explained to me is like a giant wheel, and everybody would, if you were a spoke in that wheel. There's a lot of things that people ask me, I can't answer them, and I really don't know. I'm interested in it. I really don't know. But lo and behold, within a day or so, by talking to my fellow senators, yes, I do find the answer, and I'm glad I accepted this. I was born in Manitoba. I was born 4 miles from Saskatchewan border. I play music. I still play music now. I play every month for the seniors and the seniors' homes and stuff like that. And pretty proud of what is happening, especially in this room right now. So, thank you.
I think I'll stay sitting down because I might fall if I stand up. I'm shaking like a leaf. My name's John Sayers. I represent the Thompson, Okanagan area for the last 4 years. I see that as an honor. I worked for the school district 83 for almost 30 years, and I still work there working with students. I got to sit in on the pilot project for First Nation Studies for the province. I was one of the people who sat at the table. So I co-taught First Nation Studies for 15 years. My ancestry goes back to the Red River. We were from Headingley, Manitoba. When they started to migrate, we took 3 families from the Red River, the Bremner, the Taylor, and the Sayers, and we founded a settlement in Saskatchewan about 30 miles this side of Battleford. They took 3 letters from each name and they called it Bersailor. It's a new history for me. My father and my grandfather that were born there. I have a very rich Métis history. During the rebellion, my 2 grandfathers were taken prisoner with Poundmaker. They were with Poundmaker at Cut Knife Hill. So what I'm trying to tell you is we didn't know our history. We were not allowed to know our history. It was, I remember talking to my grandma, and I went up behind her one day and I said, Grandma, what kind of Indians are we? And she turned around with a face cloth and smacked me across the face. I knew I better not ask that question again. So it wasn't until I was in my early 20s, and my sister was really interested and wanted to know about our ancestry, and she wrote away and she got a letter back within 2 weeks and says, you're Métis, just send $10 and you can be part of our organization. And I thought that kind of funny, so I went to that guy's office and I said, what's going on? Like, my family doesn't know, how do you know? He said, well, it's pretty easy, you're in all the history books. So I went to a scary place for somebody that's illiterate, and it's called the library. And I said, you know, do you have anything on Métis people? And she said, yeah, I got a whole section. So I read through that section, and I found my ancestry. I found I had a grandfather who broke the monopoly on the fur trade. You know, in 1849, I believe it was. And so I have a very rich history, but it was hidden from us. And I'm not the only one. There's many of us out there. And so, you know, given the opportunity to bring those people home, for me is, you know, quite the honor. And, you know, the history is very important to me. The kids are very important to me. Like I said, I'm a carver. I'm an artist. I work with kids, hands-on people rather than academic people. I, like the other ones, I didn't think I belonged here either. So I'm the newbie. And I kind of sat over here because I thought I'd get to speak first so that if I fainted, and then they switched it on me and I had to come up last. So I'm very honored to be here. And like I said, I'm open to questions, and anybody that wants to talk, I'm here to talk. Thank you.
Okay, the fun part's over. Now we're going to get into it. Very briefly, my background, as I told you, was a union. I served on our union executive for 30 years of the 38 years I was in the business. I served in the Canadian Armed Forces regular. I graduated from high school, and of course I was 18. I knew everything. I never listened to my parents. So I joined the Army. 14 months later, I found myself at the back end of a Hercules jumping out, wondering, what the hell am I doing? Too late. So I topped it out. Retired from that as a teletype and cipher technician. I was cleared top secret. I repaired code machines in the code rooms. I thought I could get a job with CPC and telecommunications. That didn't work because I had to start all over again. They didn't recognize my apprenticeship. So I said, the heck with that, and I went into the pulp and paper industry and became a papermaker by trade. 38 years later, I retired. That's briefly my background, just so you understand where I'm coming from. And now we're going to get into the reason why the Senate is created and what we do, because there's a tremendous amount of confusion out there right now, and we're going to try and put some of that to bed. The Constitution was debated hotly in 2003 at Cowichan Valley. It came about with much work put into it from 2004 on. And in 2005, the articles for the Constitution were voted in, of which a portion thereof was known as the Senate Act. I've been questioned heavily as to why we're called senators and not judges. I don't know. It's a bit of a misnomer. It almost looks like it's a political patronage appointment. It isn't by any stretch of the imagination. So the delegation of authority to the Senate was elected officials can be suspended for cause. And what are those causes? Well, a breach of a fiduciary responsibility. And the eyebrows that get raised are, what is a fiduciary? It means that you have a greater responsibility than anybody else. Basically, you're loaded up with it. They can be suspended with or without pay, or if they're convicted of an offense, which is no greater than 2 years in a criminal court. The majority of the MNBC Board of Directors, or 75% vote of the Métis Nation Governing Assembly, can suspend this person. You can be also suspended for paragraph 8 of the Constitution, which states, no Métis citizen shall be subject to arbitrary or unlawful interference with their privacy, family, home, or correspondence, nor to unlawful attacks on their honor or reputation. That's quite a mouthful. But it puts a responsibility of being a citizen squarely on your shoulders. An interesting part of our judicial system is that Senate decisions are final and binding. So the other 6 senators that sit here with me, when we see something like this put upon our table, it's not a laughing matter. We cannot afford to make a mistake. And you can feel that sensation of the room falling away from you when you sit there and go, oh my God, I'm playing with somebody's life here. It's what they've identified all these years. This better be worth it. Robert's Rules of Order, you hear it, and I can show you this dog-eared second version is basically what I lived out of for years, and which you heard some of the other senators refer to. I'm not a presiding authority, but I know an awful lot about it. Why do we have this? Because you have to have some clear set of guidelines to maintain consistency, transparency of what you're doing. It is a rules that govern us as a nation, and it governs the people who we elect to represent us. We have to be held to account. Otherwise, you have chaos. I won't talk about this anymore because you can actually, if you want to come to the Senate, we'd be happy to sit down and go through that book page by page, and it's going to take a long time. Thank you. The Senate Act, as of course was adopted coincident with the Constitution, and as every living document, it is subject to and needs to be reviewed. I work very closely with Bill here, the gentleman to my immediate left, because he is our contact, our touch with everybody. And you're probably thinking, no, why is that? Why can't you do it? Well, if you're looking contemporary justice, we operate in a similar manner, but not the same. I can't go out shopping looking for cases to take on. It doesn't work that way. Because then I have foreknowledge of what's happening. And then if you ask me to sit on an appeal, you can prompt me, whereas your opponent may not be able to. Therefore, it becomes an unfair and unbalanced proposition. This is why the clerk of the Senate is so important. He determines if there's prima facie evidence, in other words, prime evidence, to support an appeal. And it is up to him to determine if that's the case. If there's issues or questions, without divulging who it is or what the appeal is, he'll phone me and say, Al, here's what we're thinking of doing, blah, blah, what should we do? That's the only time that I really get involved on allocation of how we look at things. Bill is also a staff representative, but he reports to me. And I can see a few raised eyebrows. Well, why would that be? Well, we have to be impartial. We cannot be controlled by the political arm of our government, otherwise we just become a joke. Without mentioning names, in the last 18 years, there's been several little evolutions tried to remove us as an effective voice. And all I can say is I've gone through 3 presidents and 5 CEOs, and I'm still here and they're not. Certainly help you in how to run a meeting, general parliamentary procedures and governance procedures and be more than happy to help you. And it can be done in an extremely confidential style. You pick up the phone, you phone myself or Gerald Pope or one of the other senators to get a hold of us. Put your question forward on what you want done and we'll tell you. That's it. Our other duties, we report to the, again to the AGM and the MNGA, the regional governance assemblies. We deliver a brief overview of what we've been doing in the last 3-4 months. We attend chartered Métis community meetings. We attend regional AGMs for mediations, if required. We handle awards and swearing-in ceremonies. I attend the cultural events. I get invited to a lot of the Cowichan tribes, elders, and other tribes on the island. I go meet with them and have coffee and eat their cookies. And we give advice to the Métis chartered communities, and it could be on anything. Because if we don't know the answer, we'll get the answer for you. So our powers are in general as we investigate and we can initiate judicial reviews. We can require attendance at events or things. We can deal with swearing in of witnesses as it appears as you come in front of us. We can also examine the witnesses, and that can be an intimidating process. We found out when we first started in doing what we were doing, the previous registrar appeared in front of us with details on cases when we're looking at citizenship appeals. And I asked her, I said, you look pretty nervous. She said, you don't realize how intimidating it is to sit in front of 7 people. And each one brings with them their own culture, intelligence, and distinction of how they question people. I didn't realize we literally can dismember you, but we do it nicely. Thank you, Senator Pope. So those are basically the powers that we have. We exercise them with a certain reticence. Okay, we also enforce our orders. We have the right to enforce them, but we have to go through the relevant minister or ministers or board of directors. And any other matters necessary for the proper or for the due exercise of our jurisdiction. As the next one's pretty self-explanatory. We don't proceed on verbal. You write it out to us, we'll look at it. Decision making is done, written decision protocols, that's what Bill deals with, and the conduct of appeals. The appearance before the Senate, you're ordered to or requested to, or you can volunteer to. And then the decision. The decision is written out. Bill finishes it, gives it to me, I read it. If there's anything I want to see changed, then I'll let him know. Then it's taken to the rest of the senators, it's voted on, passed. Then it's posted. Election appeals, pretty much the same thing. Again, this is the one area where in the last election we appoint a tribunal. And the reason we do that, we don't sit as a committee in the whole in this one, is, I'm trying to remember which election it was. It was probably the second one we ever had. And one of the people that was launching an appeal was we got wind of the fact he was going to also challenge the veracity of the Senate tribunal. So we sat 3 to decide the appeal, and then I created another tribunal to exercise its right to investigate that tribunal. It sounds kind of like a chess game, doesn't it? Well, it was, because I was trying to anticipate somebody trying to break the process up, and I would not allow that to happen. Okay, citizenship, central registry. This almost like we're going over it again, Bill. Everything has been there. I think the people have an idea now. Dispute resolution, that's another one. Application submits a notice of an appeal form. There's a letter issued. There's a determination of the facts. That may take a while. The hearing, we decide whether it's necessary or not necessary. We then make the decision and post it. Mediation, can we resolve it in another manner? Is there any way we can go about it? You submit a request for mediation on a form. We can accept it or deny it because some of them are frivolous to the extreme. Mediation, there's an introduction letter to both parties. Mediation is a participation agreement. In other words, both parties agree that it'll be done in such a manner. They submit the informations. And then we have the meeting. And that's it. And one of the people in here probably heard the name Vince Reddy. He's fairly high profile. I sat through 3 mediations while in bargains in the pulp and paper industry with Mr. Reddy and got to know him quite well. Interesting gentleman. And he said, I said to myself, what? You come in angry with us? I said, he said, I do the same thing on the other side, Al. He said, I come in, I beat both parties up, make them look foolish till they realize that, a lot of what they're doing is posturing. He said, sometimes it takes a day, sometimes it takes a week. But eventually you're going to get down to, what is a stumbling block, what is a fact that you have to change or resolve. So he said, I just keep hammering at you till one of you breaks. I went, oh, I wonder if we could do that. Senator Pope says we can. And that, my friends, ma soeur et confrère, tutto finito. Any questions? I've never talked that long in a long time.
Cal, did you have any questions that came in?
None at the moment. I think we need to let them know that they need to raise their hand online.
I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Yes.
Hello. My name's Anya from Nicola Valley. So I guess I have a question. I'm looking for some clarification about a, particular incidents from the last couple of years. And to clarify and I guess work on some public confidence. And it's a touchy subject for a lot of people. Previously elected President Maureen Dalcole, she had taken her complaint to the BC Supreme Court and was informed that she needed to go through the MNBC's Senate. And then if she wasn't satisfied, would be able to take it back to the BC Supreme Court. She had a appeal listed, and then before the time came when that appeal was to happen, before your assembly met, she was fired. So I'm a little confused as to how that occurred. Did she actually ever receive her appeal? Or was she summarily fired before she could actually receive her rightful appeal as a citizen of MNBC?
We never received a formal appeal.
Okay, because there was one listed on the.
That may be so, that's hearsay. We never received a formal appeal.
Okay.
Jesse Gervais, Métis Nation Greater Victoria. Just a question on the dispute resolution for communities and that kind of stuff. We don't have that built into our bylaws that the Senate is that avenue for us. I mean, we're quite happy to do that. Does the Senate have sort of a template way for us to go about that at the community level to build it into our bylaws to bring that stuff up to the Senate, or is that something that could be worked on?
Yeah, quick answer to your question, no. You have the autonomy to do what you need to do in your community, and there's no way the Senate's going to be dictating to you how you run your business.
Okay, but we can use the Senate if we decide to as a dispute resolution arm within community.
You can do that. You can just go through the regional director.
Okay, thank you.
That's what he's there for.
Good morning. Betty Ann McDonnell, Kinnikinnick, President, Nicola Valley District Métis. I have the greatest respect for the Senate. My question, my concern would be that we keep talking about colonialism. Much of what I just saw presented comes from a colonial aspect. Phil, it hurt my heart to hear you say you were worried you didn't have the education of the others. You have the life experience of a Métis. And that doesn't come down to degrees, that doesn't come down to, so I'm not sure if perhaps we should be looking at what it requires to be a senator. And by that, and I'm not saying that any one of you aren't qualified. Please don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that historically, I would assume that the senators, the peacemakers, were the wisest of us all. And I'm sure all of you qualify. But I just think that I would like to see a little bit more thought put into what makes a good senator. And I do realize it's hard to get anyone to run. I understand that. And I think perhaps too it goes to many people don't think they're qualified because they don't have education as it's seen. I see lived experience as one of the most valuable pieces of education we all have. And so I would like us to come from that aspect, not from the colonial aspect. And again, no disrespect meant. My words are said humbly because I'm far from a wise person. Merci.
First off, I'd like to say thanks. I'm Ron Kiran with the Vernon District Métis. Thanks for your service, and the Board of Directors, thanks for your service. I got a question in regards to Robert's Rule of Order. Is there another form, like some people have concerns about that colonial type of format. Is there another form of order for meetings to rather than Robert's Rule of Order? Like I've sat on minor hockey boards and sports, but is there something else that could be used? It's just a question.
There's actually several rules of order out there. Bornese Rules of Order is one of them, but they gain that you're just swapping one colonial power for another. If you want to, you could go online. There is a procedure that the Cree Nation used in dealing with its needs, It's very similar, but they don't use the same terminology or language that we do. But every organization must have some form of order to follow, otherwise it becomes chaos, or it becomes the strongest arm in the room wins. And in that case, you know, you're deteriorated, you have no form of democracy. So I would counsel this. I would say to you, any rule of order established by any culture can be utilized. It's up to you to take the colonial out of it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jamie Keith. I'm president of South Okanagan Smilkameen Métis Association and Region 3 Youth Representative. I'm wondering if I might have some general advice on bylaws. My community is struggling greatly to apply them. They tend to be the last things that we look at. Whenever we have a question, we think, where's an elder or a knowledge keeper or at least someone who knows anything about this? Similar to the buffalo hunt, we understand that different people have different knowledge bases. And bylaws are typically some of the last things that we look at because we rely more predominantly on oral law and traditions and kinship. I know that when I was in law school, I had several of my peers, I got into debates with them because they said, well, you know, Indigenous people need to get over this only oral. You know, you have to have written law, because if you don't have written law, well, then you're opening yourself up to rules being made on the spot and, you know, things like that, lots of corruption. And I had to remind them that written law is not a cure-all for corruption either. And that I prefer actually the Indigenous, thank you. I prefer the Indigenous oral traditions because that involves a lot of trust. Sitting in front of someone and saying this is the law and this is the history of how it's applied. And I understand that in the Western world we rely heavily on written law. When lawyers are seeking to find out how a bylaw or an act has been applied, we dive into case precedent. But Indigenous peoples, again, we rely a lot more on our kinship and our oral understandings for laws and applications. So my community is struggling with bylaws. There's lots of questions as to how they're applied and what does it mean, and there's not a lot of people we can turn to for it. So yes, just your general advice on how I can balance the two would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I'd like to answer that in a bit of depth because it rings very true with what I grew up with and my background. You need to know not only Indigenous cultures, but other cultures also had a tradition of oral keeping. For instance, the Gaelic, the Highland Scots, they had no written. It was called a Sanachi, and he read the list of chiefs down for a time immemorial. They couldn't understand when the English first invaded up there as to why everything had to be written down, because they all remembered it up here. So there are examples out there of other cultures that have done it very similarly. In fact, one thing, if you're curious as a student, you might want to have a look at the clan system in Scotland as opposed to the tribal system in North America. You'll find the similarities are extremely close. The head of the clan was traditional, but when they went to war, there was a war chief. The same as in the Indigenous peoples. They shared their produce and they looked after their weakest in the same way. So when we tend to point to quote unquote the colonial system, we've got to be darn careful when we do that to make sure you don't shoot yourself in the foot. Now, this group of people sitting here today represents two distinct cultures, three, sometimes four. And you have to honor your ancestors, regardless of where they came from. If you don't, you can't be true to yourself. Lastly, to help you, find my MNBC Region 1 Senator, send me an email, send me your questions, I'll answer them for you.
Thank you. Am I permitted to ask one more question?
Certainly.
I really don't like the term president. I find it a bit too Americanized. Someone called me President Keith the other day, and I just cringed. I don't like it at all. But I'm not sure what to call myself. And in conjunction with that, as previously mentioned by Ron, my community is struggling greatly with Robert's Rules of Order, particularly because we are so small and mom and pop. There's only 5 of us, and typically when we for example, when we pass a rule, it's sort of, okay, I'm putting forth the motion, who wants to second? And then there's this big pause because there's only 4 of us, and then we've got 2 people leaning in at once, I'll second. Oh, no, you go ahead. No. And it just stalls progress, and so Robert's Rules of Order isn't really fitting us, and neither is the president terminology. I was wondering if you had any brief feedback on that.
Do you have a community charter?
Yes.
What does it state?
I probably couldn't read it out all right now, but I know we do have one. I just got in last week, so.
What I would suggest to you is if you have a community charter, then you have a regional director.
Okay, thank you.
And you get a hold of your regional director and you say, help.
Thank you.
And if that doesn't work, call me.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Hello. Is this working? There we go.
There.
Eswell Tonsay Bonjour. My name is Louis De Jager. I'm the Region 2 Director and the Minister of Health and the Minister of Economic Development. I'd like to know your opinion, actually, on the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. We have the province of British Columbia who has got their homework done, and there's a list of different things that they said they were going to accomplish. We also have the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Do you feel that there's a role for the Senate to play in order to guide MNBC on how we're going to implement UNDRIP? And particular to how are we going to develop the relationships and improve them with not just the federal government, the provincial government, or municipal government, but with First Nations as well?
This could take the rest of the day. Yes. One day, it will come to pass that the Senate will sit down and break bread with the Board of Directors. That's another thing I've been asking for 22 years. We almost achieved it this year, but we've achieved something just as great. We finally got to speak. And it's been a valuable experience. But in answer to your question, yes, I believe we do have a role to play, but it is not for us to dictate or subject you to direction from this table at this point in time without sitting down and consulting with you, because that would be ignorant of us, and we won't do it that way. If we're going to work with you, we need to work with you. We need to talk to you. We need to understand you. We need to pick your brains apart to find out what's going to work and what isn't. I hope that's about as much as you're going to get from me right now, because I've negotiated too long and I know when I'm getting pushed in a corner.
Good comments. You know, the other comment about the whole thing of us using colonial laws and
I see no more people coming to the microphone, so I'd like to close with these comments. Oh, what?
I'd just like to say a few things about, I want to thank the people that came up here and expressed their opinions about our history as Métis people. Apitokusanak, we were called half-breeds. And what has happened right now as we speak, in the justice system and in the schools, the controversy that's happening right now is this colonial thing. We need to look at both worldviews before we can start talking about putting laws and culture values together. There's a lot of work to be done in this area. And that's what I'm hearing when people come to the phone or to the mic. There's that confusion happening in their community. We basically, to put it in a nutshell, we represent the colonial style of justice as we speak right now. We need to change some of this stuff. And it's going to take communities and citizens to do this. This is a good thing this is happening, because we'll just keep getting confused. Especially for the younger people that don't know our history, our language. A lot of our rules and laws and protocols are based on our language. Not quite the same as the colonial concept. But as we sit here, we're stuck in between here as a Senate. So there's something needs to happen here to self-govern us Métis people. Like I say, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. How do we bring this together? So I just wanted to express that because I heard some people talk about all that stuff. You don't have to be educated and so forth to sit at this table, but you have to have knowledge of history, language, and community values. That's what I want to say here. Because if you start turning it into colonialism, what are we doing to ourselves? We're colonizing ourselves all over again. So we need to change that. And it's up to the community, I think, not up to us here. We're only doing a duty what's been here. But I think it needs to be changed, coming from a culture perspective. So I just want to stress that out because, like Al was saying, we can go on here all day long. And that's what I'm hearing in the schools, in the justice system. Wherever I go, people are confused because they want to go here and there and all over the place. They don't know where to go. But once for all, if we're going to govern ourselves, we have to have some rules and order in place, coming from both perspectives. Both, not just one, back and forth. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
Good morning. David Allard, Salmon Arm. I agree change is critical. I'm looking for some advice here. You guys are going to love this one. I'm considering an appeal to the Region 3 Senator election that happened yesterday. My contention is a process wasn't properly followed as per some documents, the acts and the Constitution. So that's the advice I'm looking for. Do I just send an email to the Senate? Change is critical, but we must work with what we have now and respect it. We can't just pick and choose what is convenient or preferable to one party or another. Until any change happens, we must live with what we have. So I'm looking for some advice here, please. Just an email?
Need to talk to Bill immediately because you're almost into the appeal process now and we don't need to hear any of this, only Bill. Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a great AGM, everyone.
Sorry that I'm speaking again. Betty Ann McDonnell, Nicola Valley District Métis. I just wanted to say that I know absolutely change can happen. Change can happen in a good way. I'm very humbled and honored that I sit as an elder on Indigenous Court for the Nicola Valley. And when we sit on that court, we sit there, I sit there as a Métis elder. And again, I say to you, I am no wise person. But when we speak to those people in front of us, we speak to them like we would be sitting around a fire, with absolutely no judgment, no colonial thought, and I'm sorry if I use that term, if it's irritating, but it's a term I use. And I thank you for those of you who are looking at me with respect. I appreciate that. But I know that this Senate as well could be coming from that perspective. And I've not ever been to watch, I don't know if we're allowed to watch when you're speaking to someone when they're trying to present something to you, if it's done in that same manner. Because that manner, I believe, having watched the people who come through and see them through the years, they feel respected, they feel honored. And that's the first thing that needs to happen. So if by chance their appeal or whatever it is doesn't go their way, they still know they were respected, they were honored, they were heard. So I just wanted to share that I know it's possible. I see it working. And I'm very, very grateful that it is. Merci.
I didn't catch the last part. I think she just said that she wants to.
Tanishikiwao, Alex Dishnikotion, Kimberly Ototan. My name is Alex. I am the president of the Rocky Mountain Métis, and merci for the opportunity to speak today with the Senate. We're as grateful as you are to come together with dialogue. Merci. I keep hearing colonial versus traditional, and personally, my way of really sifting through and navigating that tricky situation of the dichotomy we're creating here is by clearly defining colonial. And how I define that in my space and my mind is cultural assimilation and resource exploitation. And a lot of our policy, a lot of our operations has that ingrained in it because of the colonial influence that we have. But we need policy, we need structures, we need guidelines of how we're going to consistently work in our communities so that our citizens can understand how their governance is working for them and with them, to reclaim our culture, to reclaim our history that has been taken from us, particularly in BC. So when I hear colonial, I often like to remind my colleagues that, is your culture being assimilated and taken from you? Is your cherished land resources or your human resources being wrongfully abused, right? And as a president, grassroots president, who is constantly speaking for local presence at the table, I live out in the sticks where our political representation, federally, we are 12%, and provincially, we are 8% recognized in the Kootenay region by our political bodies. So I suspect that our political representation in our Métis politics would be similarly a minority. So the only way we have to get our Rocky Mountain culture and our Rocky Mountain priorities to the table is if we have, in fact, our own leadership at that table. So what, at a grassroots level, and I do stay connected with several other presidents, we want exactly what our provincial leadership is asking the province. We want to be able to have our priorities at the table as well, rather than the blanket provincial approach that might not be suited to people living in rural areas who do have traditional Métis cultural on-the-land activities currently happening and happening ever since our people came before colonial control across the Rocky Mountains. Marcy, Senator Gladue, for bringing up that dichotomy in the language, because it's not really serving us to be kind of butting heads, traditional, and using a word that is offensive and attacking sometimes when we really are looking at the bureaucracy that a lot of us don't understand and that aren't properly serving our communities right now. So how do we find that middle ground? And in my opinion, it's through dialogue. So thank you everyone today for being a part of this dialogue and making this happen. Merci.
We're out of time. We're gonna have to just say the last two questions.
Just to let you know, we're out of time, so there's 3 people waiting to speak. When those 3 are finished, we'll have to shut it down, okay? Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Carmen Carrier. My family names are Carrier, Hamlin, Parenteau, Vandal, to name a few. My roots are found in the Red River, St. Boniface, St. Vital, St. Laurent. I'm the Women's 2 Region. Well, hello. I'm the Region 2 Women's Rep. I want to thank you for the presentation today. It was excellent, really informative. I really appreciated just learning how things are done. I also want to thank Senator Gladue for your observation when you joined the Senate that there was an imbalance. I do appreciate the wisdom that I see up front. However, I still see an imbalance. So my question has 2 parts, really. Moving forward, is there going to be any stipulations that our Senate is better represented in terms of gender balance so that we have equal representation of male and female? And then leading from that, being a women's representative, if we have women in our nation who are experiencing violence and perhaps may feel intimidated to approach a male member of the Senate, do they have the option of dealing strictly with one of the female senators? Thank you.
In a quick answer to your question, the Senate can't determine how the region picks its senator and who's going to volunteer for that position. If no women volunteer to put in for it, there's not a thing we can do about it. Secondly, by all means, if you feel there's an intimidation factor, one of our lady senators would be more than happy to speak with you.
Good morning, Senator. Senator Etkin. Good to see you all again. Again, thank you for that presentation. It was very enlightening. Just a comment, and I do follow Betty Ann McDonnell. I too am an elder in Indigenous court, and when we participate with the court, we speak to whether they be Métis, First Nations, Inuit. We speak to them as human beings as well. We may not fully understand completely their culture, but at the same time, we are speaking to individuals that are going through a trauma, and our intent is to help them and guide them through that trauma. So, and I also quite agree with the aspect of we must have and form our own restorative justice. I think that's very critical. I'm glad that the Senate agrees with that and brought that up. I think that's something that should become part of our current culture. And Senator Gladue, thank you very much for your comments. I, again, wholeheartedly agree with your comments. I do feel that if it's the Senate to start this, then so be it. Let's do that. Let's take that and move forward with that. But I thank you for the work that you're doing. And I think that there is certainly an area and direction here that we can take from our senators. And I think it's a very important body that belongs to our nation. So I thank you for your time and for your duty and your devotion. Thank you. My comments.
Your comments are noted and duly respected.
Is it still morning? It's been an honor to hear and see all of you up there in front of us. We don't often get that opportunity, and so thank you all for being there, and no matter what you think your qualifications are, I think it's been a really valuable session that you've placed on us and given us words to listen to. One of the things I'm coming to is something that happened in my own community. I'm Joy Bremner, the leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation. And so we had an issue arise with a staff person in one of our programs, non-Indigenous. And so when the issue arose and the paperwork came to myself, I instantly shut down all communications and chose to take care of it within our own community in a cultural way. That individual chose not to accept that path, went to an outside organization. We were then served with papers, and they determined that we were not an Indigenous organization. So they had every right to follow through on their process. And that thing is still going on, unfortunately, and a number of different things have occurred. But again, we were considered non-Indigenous. The horror of that was worse than any complaint. And then following through, that same individual went to another organization to file another claim. They informed me, well, you're not Indigenous because you don't live on a reserve. And so there we are, facing that outside of our own community. And so what do? We're trying to do the best we can within our own culture. And that wasn't accepted by outside large organizations. I don't know, it's also almost a thing that we think MNBC needs to be supporting us in examining that. And you know, it's been suggested to me that we go to our MLA. Again, that's stepping outside of our cultural pieces that we could make use of in order to really examine who are we. And if we're not Indigenous, we're open to all sorts of things to occur. And so, yeah, I think over this weekend, I probably will speak to this a number of times. And everyone might get tired of it, but it's that important. Because one of the baselines, and everyone says, oh, this can never happen. Eventually, if that continues across ministries in our provincial government, large provincial organizations, what's going to happen is we are not eligible for Indigenous funding when we go to apply for those. That's a possibility, you know, and none of us can deny it completely if this continues and grows. So yeah, I just wanted to place that in front of you because it might come to you from other organizations and communities as well. Especially as we become more active and we're attempting to do more, we're getting more funds, we're out there, the public is seeing us. And the government, I think, to be perfectly honest, has no idea what to do with us. ONDRIP has come forward, and I've spoke to a number of ministries and ministers, and they're all working on how they're going to deal with the Métis. You know, because it's an unknown factor, and out there as a grassroots community leader, it's difficult at times. But yeah, any advice anyone might have over the weekend, we're certainly open. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Joy. Just one thing, an observation immediately off the top of my head is that when past President Dalcol appealed to the Supreme Court ruled and said, no, you have your own judicial system, and in my eyes, that identifies us as a separate entity. So that organization is denying you the fact that you're Indigenous is totally wrong, and the Supreme Court's already made that ruling. I would suggest that probably legal counsel from MNBC could be contacted to deliver a missile on your behalf, and if you want somebody to deliver it, I'll do it. On that note, we're finished, and oh, sorry. I keep forgetting we got a microphone over there.
Yeah, hi everybody, thank you. And I think most of you know me. I'm Lisa Smith, President of Métis Nation BC. I also have a few other roles, and as Minister of Justice, I'm also the liaison from the MNBC Board of Directors for the Senate. We have an alternate or associate minister as well for justice, and that's Dean Gladue. I've heard a lot of talk about restorative justice, and yes, we are working on that. And that's part of our justice strategy that we've been working on for a few years now. We did community consultations a few years ago, and that's definitely a big part of our justice strategy. And Senator Edkins does sit on our Justice Committee as well, so the Senate will be involved in this moving forward. You'll be hearing more about all our ministries over the weekend as well, so I'm not going to talk too long. I just want to address the restorative justice issue. And Joy, that's very concerning, and we should be looking at that. And you'll be hearing a bit more about the work we're doing in the provincial government this weekend as well. So I hope that'll answer some questions. So thank you, everybody, and all my respect to the Senate. I have the most highest respect for all of our senators, so thank you for what you do for us.
Thank you. Okay, pack your bags and get out of here.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. Gary, you mind giving him another warning? Thank you. Oh, whoa. This isn't you. No, it's electoral activity.
Oh, electoral.
No.
Okay.
You're 6 hours too early.
Yeah, I know. Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you, Gary. Walking megaphone. Gary is. Very good thing to have. So we'll get started. This is the Electoral Committee Town Hall. Thank you everyone for being here. And we hope that people will start flitting in pretty soon. I would like to turn things over to Mr. Dan Pope, who will be serving as the moderator for this town hall session.
Thank you. As John had mentioned, I'll be the moderator. And one of the things that I would ask is that our committee here will stand and introduce themselves and the region they're from. And the reason that this committee was formed is another openness is transparency to you, our citizens. Now, the resolutions have been voted on at the MNGA, but they will be presented here to you, the citizens, to be voted on later. And if they're voted and passed, they will become law. So as I say, that's the whole idea of having this there. They say the openness to you, our citizens, and you will have the final vote as to whether these resolutions become law or not. Thank you. And I would ask that when you come up to ask a question and then speak in regards to the resolutions here, there will be a time and we'll discuss it, and then the various committee members here will give a discussion on it, or unless you ask somebody specifically. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. David Allard, Salmon Arm Métis Association, elected president.
So good morning, Susie Hooper. I'm representing the Northwest region, and I'm from the Tri-River Métis community in Smithers. So good morning.
Good morning again. I'm Dan Pope. I'm from Region 7. Thank you.
And good morning, Cheryl Todman. I'm here representing the Métis women of BC. I am from Kelowna, BC, and Region 3. Thank you.
Tonshikiwa. My name is Patrick Harriott. I am the board representative on the committee. I am from Region 1, and my home is Métis Nation Greater Victoria. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Jamie. I'm Region 3 Youth Representative and President of South Okanagan Smilkameen Métis Association in Penticton area.
And the youth rep.
I said that.
My name is Dave Pelche. I'm the president of the Golden Years Métis Society, and I am the Region 2 representative on the Electoral Act Committee.
Hi, I'm John Beaker. I'm a MNBC staff member, and I am the staff support for the committee. So to start off the town hall, we have a quick slideshow presentation that I'm going to walk you through. And this slideshow presentation is going to present some statistics from the last few MNBC elections, so that you know the numbers as to what's happened in our previous elections, as much as we can determine, aside from just the number of votes that people got and who won. So next slide, please. So a general overview, if we go back to the 2012 election 10 years ago, this election was conducted with in-person ballot boxes and also an option for mail balloting. 24 of the 36 charter communities had a ballot box. At that time, MNBC had 6,271 eligible electors, and this included youths aged 15 to 17, as they can vote for the provincial youth chair. The number of ballots cast was 573, with a turnout of 9.14%. 2016 election went entirely mail ballots. A ballot was sent to every eligible elector. Our number of eligible electors jumped up to about 10,500, and just over 2,000 ballots were returned, with a turnout rate of 19.4%, which was twice the turnout of the 2012 election. We move to the 2020 election. Again, mail ballots were sent to every eligible elector. The number of eligible electors jumped to 16,500 thereabouts. 2,692 ballots were cast with a turnout of 16%, which was 84% of the 2016 election turnout. Next slide, please. In the last two by-elections, the format has been a mix of mail and online ballots. In the 2021 by-election, voters had to request a mail ballot. So mail ballots were sent on request. The number of eligible electors moved up to 17,500 electors, and this excluded youth age 15 to 17 as the provincial youth chairperson position was not up for election. 1,454 ballots were cast with a turnout of 8.3%, which was half the turnout of the 2020 general election. In the last by-election that we had, we went with mail and online ballots, but this time a mail ballot was sent to every elector. You did not have to request one. The number of eligible electors increased by about 1,000. The number of ballots increased by about 250, and we were able to squeeze one more percentage point in overall turnout in the 2022 by-election. Next slide, please. So this graph shows the bars are the number of eligible electors that MNBC has, and the line shows the turnout in those elections. So you can see that the bars keep increasing because citizenship numbers keep increasing. We have more electors. The problem is that turnout has peaked at the 2016 election. We had a little bit of a dip in the 2020 election, and then I don't want to say cratered, but it went down significantly in the last two by-elections. Next slide, please. The last by-election, these two bars show the number of mail ballots that have been cast. The red bars are the number of mail ballots that were cast over the days of the election when polling is open in the 2021 election. The blue bar is ballots cast in the 2022 election. To no one's surprise, many more mail ballots were cast in the 2022 election because there were more mail ballots sent to people. Next slide, please. This is our online turnout. The red bars are the number of people who signed up for online voting. If you signed up for online voting in the 2021 by-election, you automatically had credentials ready for the 2022 by-election. You didn't have to use them, but you didn't have to sign up again. The blue bar shows the progression of online votes in the last by-election, and the yellow bar shows the progression of votes in the 2021 by-election. You can see that there were more online ballots cast in the 2021 by-election, of course, but in the last by-election, we still had a pretty good turnout of online balloting. Next slide, please. These pie charts show the number of eligible voters broken down by the different MNBC regions. I did not print out my slide deck with colors, so it's hard to tell. Roughly 17.5% of all eligible electors live in Region 1. 30% live in Region 2. About 21% live in Region 3, 7% in Region 4, almost 15% in Region 5, and then Region 6 and 7 have 3.5 and 4.5 or 4 3/4 respectively. Next slide, please. This is the relative turnout over the last two by-elections. The yellow line is the general turnout line. So you can see from the bars, the red bars are 2022 by-election, the blue bar is the 2021. You can see that there are some regions that have had turnout numbers greater than the average and some have been less. You can also see that there were a couple of regions that had a significant jump in turnout in the last by-election as opposed to 2021. That generally explains the 1% increase in turnout rate. Next slide, please. This is just a raw number of votes cast by region. I'd like to point you over to Region 6. Region 6 showed a almost doubling of turnout between the last two by-elections, but because Region 6 doesn't have a lot of electors, this was achieved by 30 votes. If you were to have 30 extra votes in, say, Region 2, it might not move the needle a bit. So that's something to contextualize when I give you these numbers. Next slide. This is a breakdown of the eligible electors by different age demographics. I won't go through all of them. I will just say that the age demographic of electors and general citizens of MNBC seems to be relatively equally distributed. We don't have a lot of older citizens. We don't have a lot of younger citizens. It seems to be pretty evenly spaced out within a couple of percentage points. Next slide, please. I wish I could say the same for turnout. This is not to call out anyone who is young, obviously, but we see greater turnout as the citizen gets older. So you can see that the orange line of 9.7% is our average turnout. That is pretty much matched in the age demographic of 45 to 54 years. And then as you get into the older demographics, the turnout goes higher. Skip over 2 slides, please. So this graph here shows an over-underrepresentation by age group because it is important to contextualize that in federal and provincial elections, which are the smaller bars there is an age gap in turnout in general elections, right? Elections, the turnout tends to be overrepresented by older voters and underrepresented by younger voters. MNBC elections has the same turnout, the same results generally when it comes to voting. It's just much more pronounced, as you can see. Now, of course, we're dealing with a smaller sample size with the number of citizens in MNBC as opposed to the number of voters in the province. That can skew the numbers a little bit, but it looks like MNBC is dealing with a much more acute problem of engagement of certain demographics of voters. I swear that I'm almost done with the slides. This one is some good news. Next slide, please. For the last by-election, we also captured turnout by gender. So the electoral population of MNBC is roughly a 52-48 split between female and male electors. And the amount of votes cast, that split goes a little bit wider, where almost 55% of votes cast were cast by women. Next slide, please. Your breakdown by gender per region. Regions 1 through 5 have a greater number of female electors and male electors. Regions 6 and 7 have a greater number of male electors than female electors. Go to the next slide. We find that in all but one region, female elector turnout exceeds male elector turnout. I would also like to mention that when it comes to the messaging that we do in our elections, we are not doing anything specifically to boost female turnout. This seems to be organic, and it is something that we should be very proud of. So that's the end of my slide deck. I wanted to give you these numbers to contextualize what happens in your elections, because I think that that is important when you start talking about how your elections should be run and the laws that are being made around your elections. One thing I would like to state from these numbers, and I see our acting registrar is sitting right here, Colleen Hodgson. These numbers were given to me from the Chief Electoral Officer after the election. These numbers are not from registry, right? Registry, of course, gives the elector list to the chief electoral officer, but I got these numbers from the chief electoral officer, right? So that's why some of the numbers are a little bit different, because we're playing right from the elector list and we're not necessarily playing from the citizenship list. So thank you very much for tolerating my long-windedness, and I will turn it back over to the committee. Thank you.
Yes, now as the resolutions come on board, I will ask those who want to ask the questions to come up. And it's something that I would ask each one of our members, citizens, to think about when it comes time to vote. Because just remember, while these were passed at the MNGA, you, our citizens, will have the final vote, and then they will become yay or nay as far as our laws go. So thank you.
Well, don't everyone come up at once. Sorry, with the sufferance of the moderator, I think that this town hall is not just to speak about the resolutions that we're going to be considering over this weekend, but also to hear back some feedback from citizens about their experience in previous elections, and also, you know, some of the citizens might have some really good ideas for us to consider.
Tanshikiwel, Caitlin Bird is my name. I'm from Métis Nation Greater Victoria. This is not a question necessarily about the election, but more about the data and how that's collected. As you know, there was recently the 2S LGBTQIA+ conference that was held, and that gathering, and I understand there may be more opportunities to identify in a non-binary way as a citizen. When that goes through, will we be able to have data that reflects people's identities?
I can
answer. Thank you for the question. Absolutely, we just discussed that leading up to today, and there was a realization that even though the registry has started making another category to identify, we need to reflect that in the election process. So that's absolutely on our radar.
Thank you, Marcy.
Tansei, my name is Pixie Wells. I'm the acting president of the Fraser Valley Métis Association. Actually, my question, it's not really a question. I was looking at the data, and I just wanted to say to the women of the nation, thank you. Thank you for coming out and voting. Thank you. So that's what I wanted to say to all of them who are coming out to vote, because we need your voices. So thank you all. Hi, hi, merci.
Anyway, I got a question, and it's regarding the elders. I'm from Region 5. I'm the Minister of Elders, and yeah, thank you. And from looking at the statistics from that's on the screen, I know the elders have had more success of being able to vote in more numbers. So my question is, what's the chance of a mail-in ballot to continue in the next elections?
I'd say it's high, because that has been requested, as well as the online, but that comes from the citizens. A request from the citizens will come through. All the citizens that have a voice have requested that a mail-in ballot. We haven't had that request specifically, and it's not specifically in anything, but we've heard loud and clear from the last by-election that a mail-in ballot sent out to every citizen is the way that some want to go. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. And, that's really what I wanted. Thank you.
going to happen, because it's not up to me to say, or this board to say, it's up to the whole of the membership to say.
If I can, just to piggyback on that a little bit, one of the things and what our committee is trying to do is really, and why we're wanting feedback, is looking at all the different considerations around elections, whether it's how they're conducted, how they're counted, candidate eligibility. All these kind of areas are things that we're looking at and have been discussing. And what we see our role is doing is kind of considering those things and then presenting options to the MNGA, who then takes those and determines what the right choice might be. And so when you look at the resolutions that are going to be up for discussion this weekend, that came originally from our committee, we're not suggesting what the answer should be as a committee. That's not what we feel our role is. What we're doing is saying, here's an issue that we're hearing about or that we've seen. Here are some options, and then allowing the presidents at the MNGA and then obviously the citizens to decide how that should be answered. So that's part of what we're doing. And so some of the things we are looking at quite closely, and there's a big echo here, is how we conduct how ballots are being done. So the question of mail-in, obviously our legislation as it currently stands allows for mail-in as well as online, as well as ballot. It's a determination of how it's actually going to be implemented. We saw in the data that we had regarding the 2021 and the 2022 by-elections, where one of the differences was that a ballot was sent out to every citizen without having to request it in the second one, and that increased the participation. At least that's what the data is showing. And when we're looking at concerns with mail and some people living remotely, in more remote areas, and it takes longer for them, if you were to request to send the request, to get the ballot, to send the ballot in on time, those are some of the considerations that we're thinking of. So please, what we would love to hear is suggestions, ideas, issues, problems that you have encountered, successes, things that you thought went well. We would love to hear it and why we're here today, because we want to hear that. We're bringing it back to our committee because it's the citizens who, it's your elections, it's our elections that we want to make sure that we're getting the best candidates. We're going through a proper and a good way when we're electing them, and part of our work is that outreach and hearing from you. So yeah, we would definitely like to hear your thoughts and concerns, because we're certainly discussing a lot of it, but we might be missing areas that just aren't, just hadn't thought of. So please, there's a representative from each region, our youth representative, our women's representative, our board. So feel free to approach your particular representative or any one of us. We would certainly love to hear any feedback or comments.
Add what Mr. Pelletier said. We do have a couple of committee members that couldn't be with us today. The Region 1 representative for this committee is Ms. Nikki Bresser, and the Region 5 representative is Mr. Tony Goulet. They just couldn't be here for the AGM, but there is a representative for each region.
Thank you, John. Region you're from, please.
Now, or Region 3. I just had a comment to what David was saying. Yes, there is an echo, bad one. In that I think all of the ways that we have now we're learning to vote would be good, because every citizen should get a ballot regardless. In my community, voting was hard for elders. When we did, I was trying to help them with online voting. Many of them share an email. You couldn't do that. And thank goodness for Lauren, she helped us remotely to get another email so that, and that shouldn't happen. That is why people say, I'm not doing that, that's too hard, especially our elders. Mail-in ballots are good, but I also believe there should be a way we should be given permission to have, at least we didn't have. I see some did have ballot boxes. We've never had one that I'm aware of in the last however many years. So I would like to see a ballot box. And I'm perfectly willing to add to my volunteer time and sit there for that day and allow anyone who wants to come and vote that way. I want to make sure everybody gets their voice heard. And that's the only way we can do that is have the multiple, like I was really against the online voting. Not so much anymore, but I still think it needs to be other ways as well, especially for elders or those who don't have computers. In my community, we still have a lot of people that aren't in their homes and don't necessarily always have access to computers. Some are living in tents. So I would like to see all of those formats used. And perhaps I could encourage youth to come and help man the ballot boxes. Then I'll get youth involved. Like, yeah, let's just use them all if possible. Mercy.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Speak to that.
Go ahead, Dave. Patrick,
Oh,
do you
Patrick.
want to speak on that?
Yeah.
Yes. Patrick.
Yeah, thank you, Betty Ann. We have been speaking about different ways of doing that because there's a recognition that not everyone's comfortable with online, and mail-in ballots can also be cumbersome. I know that in previous elections we've had like a postal strike, and we're also trying to see what the most cost-effective way to do that is. So we're looking to bring to the next MNGA some recommendations. One thought was a virtual ballot box that communities could have. We already have laptops in each community, so as long as there was the right privacy and all those things surrounding it, so it was done in a good way, we are looking at those options to bring to the MNGA for consideration.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes, sir, again.
This time?
Yes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Hi, Dan. Sid Pelche with Region 3. Now Region 3 was Region 6, but now Region 3. Question, Mr. Beaker pointed out that the overall effect, our numbers are increasing, the number of our voters are increasing. Not quite exponentially, but they certainly are increasing. And it brings to mind the difficulties that we have, as has been pointed out now, how we vote. But one of the comments that I have is the individual or the company that has provided services to count our ballots, to hold our ballots, and to provide that. It seems that we're outgrowing that, and he's not able to perhaps accommodate. I'm referring to One Feather. That we've had some difficulties in the past two elections, but more specifically the last one, I've had a personal issue as well, where there was a comment I made to him with an email, never heard for 3 or 4 days, and I had outlined it very succinctly, and when I got a message back, he answered half of it, so I responded again, and his comment to me was, I thought your second point was just a comment that you were making. Well, no, it was a question. So there was a limited fact of respect there, but it pointed out overall, because I wasn't the only one that experienced this, that the size of where we are, his service wasn't able to quite keep up to that. So do we do what do we call, does it go to tender? How is it decided? And does this group here going to be that group that's going to decide that? Well, if so, then what are the criteria we going to use to make a determination? I know Mr. Allard had brought forward some thoughts on another service that would have accommodated that, but of course it wasn't done. So my point is, if it goes to tender or if it's decided, let's please make it somebody that can respond, because as Betty Ann has pointed out,
We have a lot of elders that would like to ask questions, but out of respect, the questions should be answered in a reasonable time. So if this individual, One Feather, is not able to present his platform in a way that's, call it, user-friendly, then we should be looking at other ways that have been proven. And I, again, refer to Mr. Allard, who had done some research and homework on his own. So if it goes to tender, fine, but I'd like to know that we can get a provider that can accommodate more than 1,500 people, because I believe that was his max that he had done on a previous occasion. We're up at thousands, 18, 20,000. So my question, thank you.
Yes, it goes to tender, or we solicit people that are applying for that position. It's the MNGA who makes that determination on who the our chief electoral officer is. So the MNGA, and I believe it was by email ahead of the last general election, and John could probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was only 2, maybe 3 options, and that was up to the members of the MNGA to consider the proposals from each of the bids, and one of which wasn't the successful one was One Feather. That's certainly, we've heard complaints, and obviously we've seen that, and that is things to consider. That's something for the presidents ultimately to decide, and the board as the MNGA who would make that determination. But I think, for us to hear, issues that arose that voters had, whether it's communications with the chief electoral officer, whether it's logistics, that's helpful for us to know at the committee, because one of the things I'm sure we're going to be looking at is, again, how do we, if we put things into our legislation, or minimum requirements that we might want, bidders or tenders to be able to do. And I think that would be important for us to have. The reason why we've been with One Feather for the last 2 by-elections, notwithstanding, again, some issues that arose in the last general election, was that the contract and the appointment from the MNGA was for the general and any subsequent by-elections. So my understanding, and again, John could correct me if I'm wrong, but if we were to have any further by-elections, we would still be using One Feather. However, in the lead up to the next general election, there would be the call for a tender, and then a new determination by the MNGA on who would be the chief electoral officer for the next general and those subsequent by-elections, if there were any. So.
Cowichan Valley Métis. Respectfully, do not use those computers that you've sent us, because most of the time the password changes, the iTech, we're just not getting it. Much as you thought you were giving us a gift, it was a gift that was very difficult to unwrap and continues to be. And God bless, Betty Ann, she's willing to volunteer. This is a provincial election, and it needs to be run by the province, not the community. We're worn out. We cannot man the box. Not in my community. I wouldn't ask my volunteers or any to put in any more time. So handle it somewhere else.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly, president of Wachia Métis in Langley and White Rock, and I am very confused as to how things work. Once an election is set, I just think it's hard for the average person to figure out what these people represent. I know some have money to maybe give out flyers or whatever, but some don't have that and they just go online or whatever. And I was just hoping that once an election is set, maybe some Zoom or some sort of town hall type thing where a discussion between the candidates could be done, because I mean, people just don't know, and a lot of times they just guess. Because at the one election where there were the youth representatives, most of the people didn't know them. And so they just checked one or the other off because they were already voting for someone else. I mean, you know, for the, I think it was for vice president. And so they just voted, you know, if they like the name or wherever they're from. So it's hard for us as a community to find out information, and also about the, when One Feather sends out the emails, how many are rejected? Because if we go separately through, you know, MailChimp to send out to our regular Métis members, we get turnouts, like, you know, rejected emails. So how many of these people are going to be reached? And when the youth have such a low turnout, maybe it's perhaps they've outgrown that home that they were in. Maybe they lived with relatives or family at one time and they've moved on. Like, is there, I know they should be sending in a change of address and everything, but a lot of them don't. So I'm just wondering if MNBC takes the time to contact these, or try and find out where these people are that they cannot contact by email. Do they phone them? Do they try and get a new information for them, or do they just wait for that person? And maybe they have to be prodded because maybe they forget that this is where they lived and now they're living somewhere else and they're not getting that information. Anyhow, that's my suggestion.
Thank you, President Sears, for those comments. And I can give a couple of answers of what we've tried to do, especially in the last general election. To answer your question about voter information, especially for mail-in ballots and also for electronic ballots, you are correct that if we don't have the current mailing address for somebody, the mail ballot will probably not get into their hands. Before the last general election, I know that our registry did do a bit of a media blitz to let people know that an election was coming up, and so to make sure that your mailing address was correct because the mail ballot was going to be sent there. For online balloting, we don't give email addresses that MNBC has. We don't give those to the chief electoral officer. If an elector wants to cast an online ballot, they register with the electoral officer's platform to do so, and then they're verified that they are citizens. So when you register for an online ballot, you're giving your most current email address when you register. You put the registration in, and then it's verified against the elector rolls if you are a new one. For the question about voter awareness, I think that is that's a big blind spot that has been in elections as we've gotten a lot bigger. I know that as being a resident in Surrey previously, that before municipal elections there was a voter information package that was sent to every house that also had a brief candidate blurb with everyone so that you knew who was on the ballot. And I know that when that has been discussed at the committee, that is something that I think that MNBC might have a role to play to at least give you a little bit of a biographical information of the candidates. Of course, the candidates can, have more pointed election material sent to everyone should they do so, but at least to let people know, hey, this is who it is, and this is why I'm on the ballot in a very short paragraph. Thanks.
Sorry, I just wanted to speak to the youth portion of that question. The youth are definitely in crisis right now. We lost every single seat, and I was the only one that reapplied for my region. it is difficult to motivate youth to vote. As we see statistically, older people vote more than younger people. It has been incredibly difficult to motivate youth. I know when I went for my election, I knew my seat wasn't going to be contested, primarily because the role itself is not desirable. You can't really affect change in it, and there's a long-winded story behind that. But I'll just say for me, when I posted my information, it's sort of like, well, does anyone really care who's running for Region 3 Youth Rep? I mean, everyone wants to look at bigger fights like the one for president and things like that. But I think you raise a good point, and we should be motivating those that even if the seat is uncontested, make a form, make a social media post, make a website so that the people that are interested and that do care and want to talk to you and reach out, they can still reach out. You know, you're not muted just because there's not a fierce competition for the spot. So that's a very valid point, and I will keep that with me. Thank you.
Monica Parkinson from Métis Nation, Columbia River, Region 4. I'm just really echoing what was said before me. As a new citizen, I came in just when the by-elections were happening, and I really didn't know any information on any of the candidates, and I just found that it was released a little bit later after the elections had already been opened. So I'm just reiterating the fact that it would be great to find a way to get that information out to our citizens.
And I would just like to say something in regards to what was previously said in regards to having people come out and not knowing who the candidates were. I would direct my question to each one of the regional directors to, when there's an election, something like that, to ask the candidates to come out and have a question like this here, so that the candidates can be questioned by the membership as to who they are, what they plan to do, so that. And you're right. So when you go to vote, you have an idea of who you're voting for, just a name that you didn't recognize. Now you know who you are and what they plan to do on their platform. Thank you.
Marcy, Alex Ibbotson, Rocky Mountain Métis President. I just would like to speak a little bit about confidentiality and privacy within the election process. We're encouraging everyone to go online, and to vote online, you have to register with our electoral officer, One Feather. And by registering with One Feather, you automatically get to receive emails from them, several emails. Within those emails, it's marketing campaigns of various natures, and those marketing campaigns are often directed towards First Nations. And there's often exclusive language in there towards First Nations paired with pan-Indigenous language. And this is exactly what we're trying to remove from our communities. We're trying to remove that from policy. We're trying to remove that from dialogue with the government. So why are we requiring our citizens, if we're pushing people to vote online, why are we then signing them up for lateral violence in the language? So I'm wondering if we might be able to address that. Marcy.
Somebody want to field that question? Someone, Susie?
It's going downhill.
So Alex, thank you for that. I recently brought this up with John and said, this is an issue. Why do I get these emails from Lawrence Lewis? I didn't request them. And this issue comment has come to John before. So, and he kindly brought me through the email and I unsubscribed. And so I recommend do that right away. And I agree this is an issue. And John explained it a bit more. It's just kind of like one of those unfortunate ways people get to advertise. They find you, they find your information. We basically give them that information. But thank you for bringing that up, and I know I did bring it up to John. And so anybody that gets those, look through the emails, unsubscribe, and maybe you have to unsubscribe a couple of times before it stops. But it surprised me too, so thank you for bringing that up. And John did explain it a bit more to me, so thank you.
I will add, and I would like to hear a response from President Ibbotson on this. I will add that every time that we have brought up a complaint or a concern about messaging from One Feather. They have been very responsive and humble to try and be more inclusive. They want to learn as well. I'm not going to say that they have stamped every piece of incorrect messaging out of their emails. I won't say that, but every time somebody does bring this up, I do forward it to Lawrence, and I mention to him, or I find somebody who can explain a lot better about the damage that this messaging has done. So I just want to say that he is receptive to learning more about this and doing better.
Just a follow-up, Marcy. We do have a business advisory committee with very knowledgeable procurement expertise on that committee, and we might be able to write into our procurement process that we expect distinctions-based language in our own contracting when they're communicating with our citizens who we hand a valuable database. Like, I would love to see that database myself as a community member, so then I could reach out to let all of our citizens know when we have an event, a barbecue, a kitchen party, so then we can build our own community with inclusive language, with our own Métis culture. Marcy.
This gentleman, yes, sir, go ahead.
Tanchiki I'm Petty Officer Steve Morrison. I'm from Region 1 from Victoria. I'm also the National Military Co-Chair of the Defense Aboriginal Advisory Group. One of the questions that's come up through my position as the National Co-Chair is the fact that we have service members and RCMP members who are posted across the country due to their service. They end up on the East Coast, they end up in the Arctic, they end up in Quebec. And in other provinces, they lose contact with their Métis nations. There is no way a Métis member in Nova Scotia can sign up or have any contact with the Métis Nation of BC, whether or not they're from here or not. We have people who join the Canadian Armed Forces and the RCMP who go where the service sends them. How can we, as a nation, keep them involved? Myself, I've been lucky, I've been posted to Esquimalt, so I've been able to stay in the nation. But is there a way we can set it up where our members, if they join the military or the RCMP and are sent to one of these areas without an existing Métis community, can keep them involved with our community, give them a vote, give them a say? Their entire families that are going out there and being crossed, this is another issue we have to bring up with the Métis National Council about these families that moved back east due to the service, and now they're cut off from their culture. This is a question that I brought up with the veterans community yesterday, and they suggested I bring up here.
Thank you, very good point. Yes. Patrick.
Hello? Oh, there we go. First of all, thank you for your service. And absolutely, from what I understand, the registry, we have a residency requirement except when it comes to those in military service. So we don't suspend someone's citizenship with MNBC if they go to serve in other places. As far as participating, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to exercise their democratic right to vote, even if they're posted somewhere other than in British Columbia, but making sure that we still have the correct contact information. So maybe we can work with the veterans to ensure that our service members, wherever they're posted, are still in contact with Métis Nation British Columbia. They still get updates, and they're still able to exercise their democratic right to vote.
That's really good to know. The question arises, though, is we get people who get posted, they join the military, they get posted to, say, Nova Scotia, They find out from their families, oh, we've gone and done the Métis stuff. They go in and they start to look at it now, and they can't even join because, oh, well, you're not a resident of BC, right? So is there a way we can square this circle and figure a way to bring these, I don't want to say lost members, but members who've been cut off from the communities back into our circle?
I would suggest that the Veterans Committee get together with Registry and we talk about it, especially if those service members have MNBC citizens as family members. I think we should talk about finding a way to make sure that they can connect with their family and communities.
Sorry, Richard Lewis, elected leader for the Gowshan Valley Métis. I have a identical twin brother, and he's in the RCMP station in Nova Scotia now. And the same thing as the gentleman just mentioned, he's a member of the Nova East Coast something Métis, and he never hears from them. And at one point, when he was out here, we went to, he went to apply for his BC residency card, and the person we were talking to had asked, well, I don't see it would be a problem as long as you had the same father. So that was kind of interesting. But it would be beneficial to my brother and all the members who are serving, as well as the RCMP that are back there, to be able to apply for their citizenship from the province that they were born in and raised. So yeah, that's would be a good thing. So was I posing a question, or was I just saying what I thought would be a good thing? That's what I thought would be a good thing. Thank you.
Listen, we're going to call that a wrap, but I want to thank everyone for the in-depth questions, people paying attention and considering how important that these resolutions are, and that you as citizens, at the end of the day, will have the final vote as to whether you're yay or nay to make them law. Thank you.
Sorry, just a couple of quick announcements while we break here. I've been told that the restaurant just across there, Freebird, is having a lunch special of 2-piece fish and chips for $12. You can go in, get some food. You can eat in Dining Hall A, and you can leave your trash or dishes there. And second of all, for everyone who's going to be participating in the afternoon for the proceedings of the AGM, if you have not registered with the front desk and you are a citizen, please do so. And also, if you have registered, please make sure that you have your yellow citizen lanyards, because when people are going to be coming back into the hall, when we get the formal business of the AGM started, that is how we are going to identify the people who will be getting voting devices. So please have your lanyard present. They will be checking for them. We'll see you back here. Thank you. What time? 12:30-ish.
And we're muted to the stream right now. Aux 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We will start with the grand entry in about 2 minutes. So please come on into the room, find a seat. For all citizens, if you have not received one of the electronic voting devices, please go back to the door and talk to Selena. Selena, please raise your hand real quick. Yes, there you go. You can get a voting device from them if you were not issued one. So we'll get started in 1 minute and 30 seconds then. Thank you.
our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. In the forest, on the river, and across the western plain, as the white man journeyed westward to the land of the Indian, a new race was created, a new nation rose up strong. Hardship as its destiny, and its curse to not belong. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. For this newest generation and the future ones to come, with the past to motivate us, it will help to keep us strong. As we build the Métis nation, as we watch it rise again, our past losses motivation to inspire our future gain. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians.
Tansei, greetings, bonjour. I'm speaking to you here today from the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. Significant milestone.
Hey, good afternoon, folks. Thank you so much for being here today. We'd like to start off with a land acknowledgement with a representative from Musqueam Nation. Please give them a round of applause.
Nasiem Nasiaya Tolnaka Quinasqueech Tanitanat Muthquim Ait Tanashquelowin Quans E Quatsnala Amit Sep Quatwheelam E Tanash Muthquiamat Tammo Tashwaamets Tas Hunclaminum Gun Nastli Quans Colette Siatala Haichka. My friends and relatives, my ancestral name is Tolnaka. It's the first time I've ever introduced myself by my ancestral name. I just received it. Just received it on this past weekend. It brings me such good feelings inside to see you all here today. We're moving into an age where the fight for our recognition is just a little bit easier. We're still fighting, but the results, they're a lot better than they used to be. I appreciate Jordan for acknowledging our territory. Whenever I do a welcome, it always lifts up my heart to know that the land is being acknowledged. So it's my great honor and privilege on behalf of my ancestors, my elders, and my people to welcome you to the unceded territory of the Huntkaminam-speaking people of Musqueam. I hope that today goes really well for you all. I can't say much more than just to say that my heart is full being in this room full of Métis people. So, I know you guys have a lot of speeches and a lot of discussion to be had, so I'm just going to leave it there. I'm just going to raise my hands up and say, Haichka and welcome. Osium.
Thank you so much, and it's just an honor and privilege for us to have you here and to allow you to do the traditional territory acknowledgement, land acknowledgement. It's very important to us as Métis people. Our executive recently met with Chief Sparrow at Musqueam and one of your knowledge keepers, and we were welcomed with open arms, and we look forward to continuing to build relationships with Musqueam. So it's just an honor to have you here. I didn't catch your English name.
Oh, sorry. So pumped about the ancestral name. My English name is Alec Guerin.
Okay, thank you so much, Alec.
Thank you so much, Alec, for starting us off in a good way. We raise our hands to you. Next, we would like to invite up Senators Betty Hugendorn and Philip Gladu for an opening prayer to start us off in a good way.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. It's nice to see all your smiling faces and to be here. I'm so proud. Everyone keeping well. Let us be thankful. We asked our Creator to give us guidance and direction while we all work together with one mind. As we continue to honor our ancestors and our nation, we acknowledge that all the individuals reside on traditional territory. I wanted to express my gratitude to all the land-based First Nations for allowing us to work and play in their territory and within our chartered communities from across the province. As I gratefully acknowledge that I reside on this beautiful shared territory of the Ktunaxa in the Secwépemc Nation with a great elder nation of people. The Métis Nation Columbia River, Region 4, is my home. This last 2 years has been very challenging for some of us, if not all of us, with COVID, the find of many, many children who died attending residential schools, who lay in unmarked grave sites, and also with the loss of our loved ones. Remember the pain of others. A loss usually don't affect just one person. Grieving sometimes clouds the good we do have in our life. Take this time to reconnect with other people who share this same loss and grief. Be still for a moment and reflect on the blessings that grace our life every day. May wisdom and compassion follow us. Bless our people, the four directions, and our Mother Earth. Stay strong and healthy, and thank you for all that you all do in our communities for our children. Yesterday, today, and always. Keash, Onush, and Pidimin. Kichiti Moyang, Ali Michif, Wiyang, with all my children. Kichit Migrich, Kokum, my grandmother. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you, Alex. I just want to shake your hand. Thank you for the welcome. It's nice to see young people. taking the lead and learning to lead. Alex just showed us an example here. I know his chief. I know his people, the Musqueam people. I want to thank you for what you did here. Because not only that, you uplift our young people. We're in the same stage in our history for the young people to step ahead, to be able to work towards the people that they've been watching for a long, long time. So I want to thank you for that. So with that, I'm going to say an opening prayer again. In one of our languages as Métis people. And I speak the broken Cree language. So I ask each one of you again just to reflect on yours. And again, let's remember the ones that's coming behind us. And let's remember our ancestors that are here with us today. So they guide us to where we need to go with our people, or as people. So just bear with me. Hanoh tawi. Asamino mota kakio. Kani pauya. Haken de tomaten. Tapen sawimia. Tapen sawistaman. Kakegigwai. Omuta kapmitahamiksia. Sitosko. Kakio. Ogota kani pauto. Aana muslim kista kinaskumten. Te piuitsiuja, ksnohtaja, kojasko tinigan, ne maatsa honnan tap muasia. Avassa kahkio, igaja tänäkätajahko. Ni soka maunaan. Kojas kahkegi koi anohsu tahtispaik. Thank you, may good mercy kinaskumt now. So I ask for a good session, AGM here today. That's what I said in my language. So everything will go well for everybody. And we all take something home for our loved ones, especially the children, so that they can benefit from what you're doing here. So thank you. Naskomten. Aho.
Color party at 10. Turn right. Dismiss.
Thank you so much to our veterans for providing the color party duties. And I just want to note, it's the first time in MNBC's history we've carried the pride flag in with our other flags. So I just want to note that. And thank you again, Alec. So in our traditional way, we're going to offer our elders who said the prayer for us some tobacco and sweetgrass. So thank you both so much for your words. And if we could all carry these words with us throughout the weekend, I know we're going to have a wonderful, loving, and respectful dialogue on everything we do. And I'm just looking forward to this weekend. So thank you to our elders.
Thank you so much, Betty and Philip. Next, we'll be hearing from our dignitaries. First, we'd like to call up Métis National Council President Cassidy Caron.
Tanse Kioao. Hello, everybody. It's so wonderful to see you all and to walk in the procession just a few moments ago and see so many familiar faces. Before I begin, I, of course, want to recognize the territory that we're on and thank you for the welcome. I want to thank our elders, the senators who delivered a prayer today. I want to thank the Métis Nation British Columbia Board of Directors for having me here at your annual General Assembly to the veterans who walked us in this afternoon, to Rainey who fiddled us, and our jigger who jigged us in. It's so wonderful to be here. I'll back up a little bit and introduce myself. My name is Cassidy Karen. I'm the president of the Métis National Council. My family comes from St. Louis, Saskatchewan. They were Otopomiswak. My grandmother was a Boucher. She came from those lands. She was one of the first of the 5 Métis families who settled of those lands along the South Saskatchewan River. And my grandfather is Jean-Baptiste Caron from Batoche, Saskatchewan. Those sacred lands that mean so much to us as Métis people. But I was born and raised here in British Columbia as a Métis Nation British Columbia citizen my whole life until about 2 years ago now. And I was raised within Métis Nation British Columbia. I was raised by the Kootenay South Métis community and coming to these events and spending time with our people and working alongside our youth, working alongside of our elders, spending so much time together to build relationships to move us forward. And I'm just so grateful to be back, and especially back in person after 2 long years of not being able to gather. And so I just wanted to spend a brief moment to really share with you how far we've come at the Métis National Council. It was only 1 year ago that the Métis National Council was teetering on the point of collapse. When we inherited it, our funding was frozen. Our legitimacy was called into question. And there were many who, after years of growing tension and distrust, no longer understood its purpose. The purpose that is to advocate for the issues of shared importance to all Métis people and governments across the Métis Nation, not to advance the aims of the few, or sometimes just simply the one. And looking back, it's really hard to believe, it's almost been 1 year, how far we've come in just this one short year. We're back, and I believe that we really are stronger than ever. And it's because of Métis citizens like all of you, and it's because of our governing members like Métis Nation British Columbia who believe in the idea that we are stronger together, stronger when we work together, understanding that when we speak alone, our voices are quiet, but when we join together and share one single voice, that there's no one who can silence us. And the work that we're undertaking right now, it is nation building. We are one Métis nation, comprised of several Métis governments who advance and advocate on behalf of the rights and interests of their citizens, of all of you. The Métis National Council is simply a federation of those Métis governments, a body that exists to advance our collective issues, priorities, and interests, while always respecting the jurisdictions of Métis governments. And this work of nation building, it can't be done alone. It's not the job of one person, and the Métis Nation has never been about one person. Everything has to be done through collaboration. The Métis National Council's original founders intended it for it to be a space for collaboration, and I personally and wholeheartedly believe that that needs to be at the forefront of the work that we do. Because like many of you, my family comes from a different part of the Métis Nation homeland. My family comes from Saskatchewan, but I was born and raised here in British Columbia. And I have family that still resides in Alberta, Saskatchewan, other parts of the Métis Nation homeland. So having the ability, the space to come together, to collaborate and work together to see success for the entire Métis Nation means that our families spread out throughout the homeland can be served to the best of their Métis government's abilities. And we have been working together to rebuild the Métis National Council as an organization, to advocate for you, to raise a strong and credible Métis-specific voice to the federal government. For example, just this past week, our Finance Committee, which your president, Lisa Smith, is a member of, reviewed our brand new set of organizational policies and procedures. Policies that will forever ensure that the Métis National Council operates in a way that is transparent, effective, and accountable to you, our Métis governments and our Métis citizens. Another incredibly important and critical aspect of this work that we've undertaken is building and strengthening relationships. And there's trust that needs to be rebuilt between families, between communities, between Métis governments and institutions. And this work needs to be done incredibly carefully because trust is earned, it's not given. And I listen to my elders, and I listen to the words that they've shared with me, and I take their advice very seriously. And I often recall the words of advice that was given to me by one of my elders, a teaching on how I like to move forward. And what he told me is that when we walk up to doors where opportunities are behind those doors, we have to knock lightly on those doors. We have to knock lightly so that those doors open for us. We need to build that trust. We need to have those conversations. If we go to those doors and we pound on those doors, they'll lock the door. They won't open it. And those opportunities will be lost for us. And over this past year, we are successfully building relationships. Relationships that are enabling that collaboration that will enable all Métis to benefit. And we recognize that the Métis National Council is there to advance collective issues, not just those that are important to one or two Métis governments, but important to all. And that we need to do better than just 50% plus one. And so to that purpose, you may have heard that at a recent Board of Governors meeting, I announced that I, as the chief spokesperson, not the chief decision maker of the Métis National Council, will no longer cast a breaking vote at either the Board of Governors or the Métis National Council Assembly. If an issue is so divided at the Board of Governors or the National Assembly that's going to continue to divide our people further, then it's clearly not one that is of true national importance. We have to do the work to strive to work together, to seek understanding and consensus before we reach the voting floor. We have to find ways to collaborate for the betterment of all Métis people, not just the priorities of the few. Because as Métis, we're all related, and we're called on by our relationships to do what is best for all. We're called to collaborate. But our relationships go so much further than just the ones in the boardroom where we meet and discuss the business of the Métis Nation. We are inherently a people born of relationship. If we think about Wahkohtowin, one of those teachings, our sacred teachings, we are all related and we all have responsibility to one another. We have been and we continue to always fight for our rights as Métis people, but we must not forget the responsibilities associated with those rights. Responsibilities first and foremost to each other. There are critical steps that we need to take to achieve what we can get to when we work together. And a lot of that is remembering where we come from, like our elders teach us. We have to remember our relations. We have to remember our responsibilities to one another. We have to remember to fight for one another and not against one another. And there's a role, there is a role for everybody to play in the nation building process that we're undertaking. And trust me when I say this, this work is not simple. But I'll remind you that nothing worth fighting for comes easy. For me, there are absolutely days when it can be challenging, where the fighting amongst our people nearly clouds what is truly important, our ability to fight for our people. And on those days, I call upon myself to take a human-centered approach. I challenge myself to understand before assuming the worst or before assuming malintent. Our people are good people, and we're all fighting for a better world for all of us, for the future generations. We have so much to be proud of as Métis people, and we have so much more to look forward to. And we do have a long way to go. We have a lot of learning, we have a lot of unlearning, but I know we're gonna get there. And I know we're going to get there together because we're stronger together. So I just wanted to ask you to remember that as you come together in this assembly, when we join alongside our other Métis governments at the end of October for our National Assembly, to remember that we're here to do this work together. So I just want to say a wholehearted thank you for the support that each and every one of you have given me over this last year. For those of you who have called to check in, to offer support, those of you who are cheering on in the background, you'll never know how much I appreciate that. And especially thank you for being here, for being engaged in your Métis government, for wanting to see through the positive change for the Métis Nation. I love being Métis. I love the Métis Nation, and I have so much love for each and every one of you. So I'm wishing you a very successful assembly, and thank you. I look forward to visiting with you over the next day and a half. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cassidy, for that incredible speech, and we're just so happy that we have somebody from British Columbia who's our new national president, and somebody such as yourself. From Region 4, the Kootenays, yes. And Cassidy mentioned the Métis National Council General Assembly that's going to be held October 26th and 27th right here in Vancouver at the Marriott Pinnacle. So if anybody is around and they'd like to go and watch the proceedings, please do so. It's not always held in British Columbia, so it's an opportunity to see how the Métis National Council Governing Assembly works. So we'd like to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the inspiring words, President Karen. Another round of applause there. Next, we'd like to ask up a Métis Nation of Alberta Vice President Dan Cardinal.
That's going to be a hard act to follow. But here we go. First and foremost, I would like to recognize Alec, who's leaving, for the recognition of the land at which we are on. But we also must remember we are on the homeland of Métis Nation British Columbia citizens. This is your homeland. As the Vice President of Métis Nation of Alberta, I bring greetings on behalf of President Putra and myself. And it is always great to be a part of the assemblies from our colleagues. British Columbia, Ontario had theirs, Alberta, we had ours, and we all intertwine and try to work together. I would like to, at this time, recognize the elders for their prayer. Thank you for starting us in a good way. And thank you to the veterans that were here, and Rainey Gervais, who did the fiddling. But I would like to thank you, the citizens, for being here, because without you, there would not be a Métis Nation of British Columbia. So we have to recognize you. And I was honored to sit in the meeting this morning with President Lisa Smith, with your senators, because it made me think about our past, and it makes me think about the future. And I will say, I speak Cree Michif fluently. I will share with you that I was a teacher of the Native Studies Department at the U of A and the Cree language. So I have to say to you, it is vital for you as citizens to teach the children our language, because the Cree Machif language is the essence of who we are. Kayas, kiano kwahkumagano akinehewok, anuskagisagak ninanaskumau ksemantu enehewea. Eugen en anaskumon. Pugukak stramwayagik, ogik o skaisak, tansikayasigi pespek. And I'm saying to you that we need to teach the youth about our language. Then they will have an essence of who we are. They will have an understanding of we as Indigenous people are different. And we are different in a good way because we are resilient, we are strong, and we can make change with the effort of our citizens. And as President Caron alluded to, in order for us to work with the Government of Canada, and in my case, to work with the Government of Alberta, we need to knock lightly. But we also need to say to them, we are here. And I had the opportunity of talking to someone in the health department. My first career was I was a nurse for 12 years. I was a nurse. To give you guys a little bit of how long ago that was, I had hair. So that was Kayas. So I have seen discrimination in the forefront because I've nursed in my hometown in Lac La Biche. And then I nursed in the city of Edmonton at the Grey Nuns Hospital. So I also, though, have seen change. I think the greatest change for our citizens is education, because education is the foundation for us to build a better future for ourselves. So I think that is very important. I am surprised to see the great strides and changes the Métis Nation of BC has made since you have only been established since 1996. Great change, great work, guys. And then I'm also going to say to you, your Constitution was ratified in 2005, I believe. Métis Nation of Alberta, we are starting to work on our Constitution, and we're hoping for our ratification to be over in the end of November, so we can move forward with a Constitution. And lastly, I have to say, I am so very proud that you have the pride flag. I myself am a gay man, and I have seen change. I got elected in 2014, and I have never been ashamed to say to anybody, first and foremost, I am Métis, but I am a gay man, and my partner of 22 years is here with me, and he is my greatest support. He is my greatest support. So, I hope that you have a productive AGM. But as always, like with any other AGM, you guys are going to go through some negativity, but you'll move forward because positive makes the change, correct? You need to be positive. Kinanaskum tinawa wanoskagisagaka kiowepik squat dekuma. Nananaskumon ota epemamoapian kiawau asti. Mersin detuan exumaga.
Thank you so much, Dan, for your words, and you did a great job following Cassie, and I'm kind of glad I'm not following either of you right now. And
I forgot to say Cassidy is my adopted daughter.
Yeah. So we're just so happy that you're here, and it's, you know, Audrey could not be with us, but the Vice President being here is a huge honor for MNBC. And it shows that other governing members are working on shared leadership the way we are, which you'll hear more about later. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Vice President Dan Cardinal, for sharing your words with us. Merci. Next up, we'd like to invite Métis Nation of Saskatchewan Vice President Michelle Leclerc. I've been informed Michelle will not be joining us today, so we'll be moving on to invite Métis Nation of Ontario Chair Hank Rollison.
Good afternoon. You can do better than that. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank the senators for the beautiful prayer. It's very fitting for your assembly today. And I have learned something very, very instrumental since I've been here, is that I still can't read a 14 font without my glasses. So good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank President Smith and the MNC board for having me here today. It's wonderful to see you all. My name is Hank Rollison. I'm the chair of the Métis Nation of Ontario. On behalf of the Métis Nation of Ontario, I want to extend our greetings and warmest wishes to you as you embark on your 2022 AGM in beautiful British Columbia. I also want to send greetings on behalf of President Fro, who sends her regrets for not being here with you in person today. So you're stuck with me. It's been a very busy and exciting year for us throughout the Métis Nation. I was very happy to reconnect with many of you at Patoche and also see you again in Alberta at the Pope's visit. And most recently, having President Smith provide greetings to our Assembly in August. Earlier this summer at our annual General Assembly in Toronto, our MNC President Caron shared a message that has really resonated with me. Earlier this summer at our annual assembly, she said that though our nation is made up of many communities, each with their unique history, their undeniable perils throughout the nation. Each of our communities has faced similar experiences and has to fight for our rights to exist as a Métis people, regardless of where they are located. Those, she said, are the common threads that unite our nation. While we may be separated by many miles, lakes, forests, prairies, and mountains, as a nation we know that we must work together to advance our rights. And our most important right is our right to self-government. It is what Riel dreamed of and what so many of our ancestors have fought for the last 200 years. Now, in 2020, Métis governments across the nation are closer than ever to having our self-government status officially recognized. And I want to congratulate your government for the advances you have made in the establishment of your recognition of Indigenous rights and self-determination table with Canada. Though we are confined as governments to govern only within our provincial bodies and to represent those who democratically elected to serve them, we know that we stand together in spirit and resilience. We are indeed strongest when we are united. So thank you, Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Hank. And I'm just going to say a few words on behalf of President Fro. I'm sorry, I keep calling him Chuck, but it's Hank. Hank is here, and he's the chair of the MNO, but they have a bit of a different system, so he's the vice president of Métis Nation of Ontario. So thank you so much for being here, Chuck. And Margaret Fro, Hank. You should be a Chuck, yeah. And so, I'm going to say something regarding Margaret Fro. She's going to be championing for breast cancer awareness now. She's just been recently diagnosed with breast cancer, and she's just undergoing chemotherapy right at this time, so she couldn't be here. But I just wanted to state these words because I know these are words she would be saying if she were here today, that she's going to be championing for breast cancer awareness. So everybody, all the women in here, please get your mammograms if they're overdue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we would like to invite Métis Nation of Saskatchewan Vice President Michelle Leclerc. Give her a warm welcome.
Thank you. I literally just flew in, and when I was looking, I was thinking we were bringing greetings in the morning. So I looked at the agenda, I was like, holy smokes, get over there. So we were in an Uber. So, Tanse, bonjour, and hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for the elder for our prayers, for the prayers today. I wanted to acknowledge, of course, the unceded territory that we're on of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories. And I want to thank the Métis Nation, British Columbia, for inviting the Métis Nation here today. I have been here before, and I'm not sure, oh, there's Mr. Lobacan. I haven't been here, I co-chaired a meeting for the Métis Nation, British Columbia, many years ago, and I've never been invited back. But I really do think it's due to a trickster that you guys have amongst us, and that is Mr. Gladue. Nicknamed Nana Bush or Wasaki Jack. He's quite the trickster, that one. I'm far from an expert, but building governance is a hard task, and that's what you guys are doing. Ensuring the future of our nation is critical, and it takes the openness of not only listening to our citizens, but hearing what they're saying. To be transparent, to be loyal to our nation, but also to express our own opinions. Because you as leaders around the room, our parents, grandparents, aunties, uncles, cousins, and it's so important that you're here and you have the responsibility of making change for generations to come. As Marina Campbell might say, something to think about is always, when you're making decisions, to put the babies in the middle of the room. And think about those babies when you're making change, when you're making policies, when you're building your governance. Because that's what it's about. It's about our babies, and it's about future generations. And the other thing I want to say is be full of grace. I was reminded lately in our own meetings where it's tough. And grace is something hard to remember. But not only grace, amazing grace. I bring this up because sometimes it's hard to get through a meeting, especially a Métis meeting, to remember what grace is. The Bible says, but for the grace of God, there go I. But for us, but for the grace of our citizens, our people, our communities, there go we. And I know that we've all been through hard times in our provinces, and I've been thinking about this a lot because we're going through a really hard time, and hard times come with change, and change is hard and transition. But grace means giving up hard feelings of the past, having the strength of character not to hold a grudge. It means forgiveness. It means kindness. It means loving. And sometimes it's hard. Man, I know it's hard. I live in Saskatchewan. And if any of you are from Saskatchewan, you know what I'm talking about. Amazing grace. Amazing grace. Think about the song. It was a slave song. People during the slave trade needed to have forgiveness and to believe in something. Amazing grace is able to recognize the hard roads that we endure as Métis people. And our plight leaves us in the position of the wretch. But that's made us stronger. We are made holier and unstoppable by the recognition of hardships, by being the rich in Canadian society, because we've learned and we have fought. We have fought hard, and we are here today because of that. As they say, what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And we are a strong nation, and I'm so happy to be here today. The other thing that I want to say, only because you're going into a General Assembly and it's hard. I know how hard it is. I've chaired these things. And it seems crazy to talk about love. Imagine that, you know, that love and politics, those two concepts, neither twain shall meet, but it's important for our people. You look around the room, I don't care what meeting I go to, whether it's in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, here, you always meet somebody who is a relative. And this whole nation is based in love. In that vein, forgiveness, respect, tolerance, patience, when we talk about political discourse is so important. For me, those are the cornerstones of understanding each other is love. And I know I've talked to Marilyn Putra a number of times, who is a great thinker in our society. And, you know, some of our societies, when they were talking about the United Nations, at the United Nations, that's what was talked about, was love. So I leave you with my humble thoughts, and on behalf of myself and the MNS, we wish you the best during your deliberations and the critical work that you're going to be doing for your citizens and communities. I wish you much grace. I wish you amazing grace over the next couple of days. Thank you, Marcy Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Michelle, and we're glad you made it last minute, but you're here, so that's really wonderful. So it's wonderful to have somebody here on behalf of Métis Nation Saskatchewan, and I have a feeling you and Mr. Gladue may be talking later, so thanks again.
Thank you for your lovely words, Vice President Leclerc. Next up, we'd like to call Mark Dalton, Member of Parliament, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Hello, Dancy. It's great to be here among family, and I just really appreciate the words that have already been shared. It's actually quite it fills me, you know, and I'm taking some notes and all that, and asked Louis for a pen. He didn't bring a pen, so I had to, it might look like I wasn't paying attention and texting some other people, but I was really paying attention and writing notes. But I do want to recognize, first of all, the traditional territories of Musqueam First Nations. And thank you, President Caron Cassidy, and it is great to have someone from Métis Nation BC as president, and just really recognize your not just enthusiasm, but the wisdom that you bring here, and just what I see is a desire to serve, and I really think that's so important. It's an attitude of serving. What can I give? Rather than, because when we have an attitude of, well, I want to receive, then that leads to tension. But it's like, where can I listen? How can I listen? How can I give? Because, you know, there's lots of things that divides. I'm a politician. Conservative. Now, not all of you might vote conservative. Maybe one or two, maybe a bunch of you. That's okay. But, you know, we need to focus on the things that bring us together, that we're Métis people. I'm proud to be a member of the Métis Nation BC I've been Métis all my life, but you know, for quite a number of years, and to work together to build up our people, and because we're scattered all over. We're scattered all over. My roots are from Alberta, from St. Paul area, and northern. I'm Hirondelle and Cunningham, and we trace it also to the Red River Valley. So it's, you know, that connection, and find out where are those connections. And I appreciate the words that Michelle said as far as grace. extending grace. We have difference in politics, difference in beliefs, religion, and different things, but that's okay. But our desire is, what can we do to advance? How can we help? And to rather than just trying to hold our position, how can we move these things forward? So it's so important. I appreciate President Lisa Smith and just the work that you're doing in leadership, and recognize the elders. Thank you. And the veterans. I'm raised in a Canadian military home. I was a veteran myself. It's so important. And I'm going to say something. I like singing "O Canada" at the beginning. I'm Canadian. I'm Indigenous, I'm Métis, but I'm also Canadian. I love my nation, but it's kind of like there's things that maybe we don't like, the way we've been treated at times in the past, but there's things. I'm French Canadian, I'm Métis. It's like we all have that, and that's us. And to say, well, that one in our anthem, not our national anthem, but our Métis anthem, the true Canadian of that the combination, it's all part of who we are. So important. And so I love this nation. I love the Métis people. I love, want to see us established and strengthened, because we have been scattered. All in my riding of Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge, according to the 2011 census, we got the 2021 and need to see more details, but the number one people group outside of a Caucasian, well, not Caucasian, but is not, you'd think it'd be Chinese or Indo-Canadian, but then it was Indigenous people. Surprise, surprise, just in the Lower Mainland. And the majority of them are actually Métis. So there's a lot of Métis, but it's how do we bring it together? And I want to say thank you. Obviously, you're involved in different capacities. Colette Trudeau, she is, hello, Colette. Nice to see you. She is Métis, obviously, an executive, but lives in Maple Ridge and on the school board, and so, it is so great. We've come a long ways as far as the Métis Nation, and I remember, you go to the headquarters and all the staff. Thank you to the staff at Métis Nation. It's just yes, please do. Fantastic job that you're doing. It's so exciting what's happening. And it's gone to a whole new level. And so I'm part of the charter community of the Golden Years Métis Society, or GEMS. That's I like that. It's GEMS. And on August 28th, I had a ceremony. Actually, it was the Platinum Jubilee Awards for Queen Elizabeth II, about a week or so before she died, and was able to acknowledge one of our, and award one of our members, Lisa Smith, Shepherd, sorry, Lisa. Oh yeah, Lisa Smith, we're gonna do something there. And so, Lisa Shepherd, is she here? No? But no, just she helped get GEMS going from the very beginning, and been so involved with arts, with music, and has really, just that commitment has really helped. I have a couple of, family members here locally that have been involved with a dance, and Nadia and Fergus Dalton, and they've been really, the work that she has done and the work that you have done as individuals has helped our people, and I say thank you to you. I had this was on my, night table this morning, and I thought, I need to read this. But this is something that I believe is making a difference, and upcoming GEMS events, okay? Golden Years Métis events. And I thought, wow. Now, upcoming is actually, the first one's on July 9th. So, but Walking Like Warrior Self-Defense, girls and women only. July 10th, okay, same thing. 12th, 19th, 21st of July, archery. Picnic at Alco Park in July. Berry picking, August 13th. Genealogy on August 28th, Genealogy Day. September 10th, community gathering. Weekly mischief lessons, going to what you said. That really clicked. I'm actually a language teacher. I thought, but it's so true about language, how important that is. That's something that we need to build up. And we have lessons every Monday, which I'm registered, but I didn't go last time. But you know what? It is want to do, and so important. And then harvest dinner and dance, and then Christmas dinner. I mean, this is just our organization, just our society. I thought, wow. what's happening. And, but then to pull, there's so many are disconnected, bringing them in, and so this is all important. So, there's over 90,000. Louis, you told me there's 97,000 identified Métis or over 90,000 and then I believe we have 27,000 Métis members, MNBC members. They're saying, well, just things are that's great. So, anyways, proud to be Métis. I'm proud to be able to be a voice within Parliament, and look forward to working across the aisles, across politics, to advance Métis issues, concerns, and to work together. Thank you. Merci. All my relations.
Thanks so much, Mark, and we're very proud of you as a Métis citizen, a Métis Nation BC citizen. We know you used to be an MLA, and you've moved up to provincial politics, and we're very proud of you as an MP, no matter what party you're with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MP Dalton. And next, we would like to call up Métis Nation British Columbia President Lisa Smith. We'll save the best for last. So we'll start with some video greetings first. Hit it.
Say hello, bonjour. Thank you, President Lisa Dawn Smith and the Board of Directors, for the invitation to attend the Métis Nation of British Columbia's annual general meeting. It's always a pleasure to meet and engage with your leadership and citizens. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person, but I'm glad I could say a few words, albeit virtually, from Ottawa, the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation of people. This July, I had the opportunity to visit your offices in Surrey, where we discussed MNBC's priorities and the significant work that lies ahead of us. Thank you for sharing your concerns in our conversations. Our government remains committed to strengthening our relationship by working together to address these priorities. In this regard, Canada will continue our joint efforts on a distinctions-based, co-developed approach under the Canada Métis Nation Accord. We're not only making progress, but producing evidence that targeted investments can and do make a difference for the daily lives of Métis people. Our government announced the first distinctions-based investments for Métis in successive federal budgets starting in 2018. Some of these investments include support for early learning and childcare, housing, and infrastructure. The incredible work and leadership demonstrated by your institutions and organizations in program and services led to significant improvements in the well-being of Métis Nation citizens in BC. One of the most critical steps towards our renewed relationship has been our work involving the recognition of Indigenous rights and self-determination. And while these negotiations are ongoing, I look forward to continuing our work with MNBC towards self-governance. On top of the investments and negotiations, we've also been working with other federal leads to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This work has largely been supported by your important research regarding Section 35 rights. Section 35 rights have been identified by many nations, including MNBC, as a top priority for their community. The research you have completed is crucial and has helped guide the Government of Canada's work related to these rights. And because of this, we'll continue to work directly with MNBC to provide up to $3.3 million in multi-year funding to support your research efforts. We've already accomplished a lot. There's still a lot to do, and I look forward to continuing to strengthen our relationships as we work closely to prioritize your concerns. Merci. Thank you. Merci.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Métis Nation of British Columbia and President Smith, for inviting me today. I'm so sorry that I can't join you at your annual general meeting. I'm speaking to you today from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin peoples. I want to acknowledge all of the important work that you have been leading. You're doing great things on revitalizing Métis culture, heritage, and ensuring that your unique history is known and shared amongst the generations. I want to especially acknowledge the vital work that you're doing to promote and protect the Michif language. It's through the shared vision, dedication, and strong leadership that you show that you're developing new programs in arts, education, and businesses to support communities of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. And through our partnerships, Canada and the Métis Nation of BC will continue to build on this important progress and ensure that communities and individuals can see themselves as reaching their full potential, truly a Canada that works for everyone. I hope that at a later date, I will be able to join you soon in person so we continue to plan the work that we have to do together. I know that you're as focused as we are on making sure that we have a Canada that understands reconciliation is good for everyone. Thank you once again for the important work that you're doing. I wish you all a very fruitful meeting.
Hello, I'm Murray Rankin, Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. I wish I could be there to attend the Métis Nation of British Columbia's annual general meeting with you all today. Our government's committed to building an ongoing, collaborative and distinct relationship with Métis people across the province, and we're taking positive steps together to strengthen our relationship. Last fall, MNBC and the province recognized the opportunity to phase out the previous Métis Nation Relationship Accord and replace it with a letter of intent that proposes a new whole-of-government approach to Métis relationships. It's a partnership between MNBC and BC that advances reconciliation with Métis people. We've co-developed the Métis Relations Working Table, which formally began on May 26 and will be a central place for important dialogue and negotiations about Métis priorities across our government. I formally met with MNBC Cabinet in Surrey in August to discuss topics of concern to you and was really delighted with the level of engagement that was emerging. I look forward to future conversations as we forge a renewed relationship together. I wish you all well during your proceedings and look forward to a time when we can meet together again.
I'm Sheila Malcolmson, BC's Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, joining you from the territory of the Algonquin-speaking peoples, the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations. I also recognize the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria and all the people that live in this beautiful territory. Thank you, Métis Nation BC, for hosting today's meeting and for all your support and advocacy for Métis people in BC. The past 2.5 years have been so challenging. The toxic drug crisis continues in our communities with its devastating impact on Indigenous people. A loss of life is felt in every community, and I mourn with all the families, relatives, friends, and caregivers that carry this terrible loss. Just as this crisis is complex, so is our response. We know that stigma and shame about substance use stop people from asking for help. That's why we are decriminalizing people who use drugs. Drug use is a public health matter, not a criminal justice one. Fear of being criminalized has led many people to hide their substance use and use drugs alone. And in this toxic drug environment, using drugs alone can mean dying alone. Decriminalizing people who use drugs will help break down those barriers that prevent people from getting the care and support that they deserve. And it will expand pathways to services. We're also acting to separate people from the toxic drug supply by introducing prescribed safe supply. We're the first province in Canada to do so. And we continue to work with healthcare providers so they can confidently prescribe safe supply to patients. Our government also embraces and funds Indigenous-led solutions. I value our partnership with Métis Nation BC to support Métis-specific harm reduction, anti-stigma, and community-led initiatives. I look forward to strengthening our partnership moving forward. We know Indigenous communities are in the best position to make decisions about the health and wellness of their people. We've provided capacity funding to Métis Nation BC to ensure Métis peoples are partners in the implementation of new initiatives. There is much we need to do together. We will continue to hear and work with our Métis partners to design a mental health and wellness system that incorporates your culture and your needs. Thank you for your invitation, your attention, and your friendship.
Hello everybody, my name is Mitzi Dean
and I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territory of the Lekwungen people. I'm very honoured to be British Columbia's Minister of Children and Family Development. And I wanted to send a message to you today because I know that you're having your first meeting in a couple of years. Congratulations to all the delegates, to your elders and leaders and young people who are gathering together today for your AGM, and in fact for 2 or 3 days. I know the work that you do on behalf of the 90,000 Métis citizens in BC through the Métis Nation of BC is really important work. And I wanted to let you know that our ministry is very honoured and committed to be working in partnership with you. I'm sure your AGM will be a great success.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to attend Métis Nation BC's annual general meeting. I'm Lisa Bair, Minister of Citizen Services, and I am sorry I can't be with you in person in Richmond today, but I'm thrilled to be with you virtually. I'm honored to be speaking to you from the territory of the Katzie First Nation and Kwantlen First Nation. And I'd also like to acknowledge the home of the Golden Ears Métis Society and the home of the Surrey Delta Métis Society. Today is a great opportunity to acknowledge the fantastic partnership between the Métis Nation and our government. Together, we recently co-developed the Anti-Racism Data Act, designed to dismantle systemic racism in the public sector. And the collaborative relationship will continue as we work to implement this important legislation. We just announced the members of our first ever Anti-Racism Data Committee this morning. And I'm happy to share with you the news that Donald Corrigal, Métis Nation BC's Cultural Wellness Manager, has been named to the committee. This committee will advise and offer guidance to my ministry on how we collect data in a culturally safe way and how we use data to dismantle systemic racism in provincial government programs and services. I'm proud of the work we've done together, but there is more to do, and we know there are more opportunities for us to share data and more opportunities to align services. This is an example of our government's strong working relationship with Métis Nation BC, which makes me very proud. And together, we'll build a stronger BC for everyone. Again, I thank you, and I wish you nothing but the best for your AGM and continued success through the coming year. Thank you.
Fantastic to have these supportive video greetings. Before we move on to our next speaker, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge MP Parm Baines, who is joining us as well. All right, without further ado, I would like to call up Métis Nation BC President Lisa Smith.
Thank you so much. We're just going to give it a second. We're going to do something different today, and our MNBC Board of Directors are going to join me on stage here. Thank you, everybody. Oh, okay. Change is always a little bit confusing, so we'll get there. So I just want to thank our MNBC Board of Directors for joining me here on stage. This is your new MNBC Board of Directors. For the majority of the board, we just celebrated our 2-year anniversary on the 21st of September. So we work together. We're about shared leadership. We do things together, and I have faith in our board. They know what they're doing. I have trust in them. I believe in them, and it's about shared leadership and other board members speaking as well, and not just the president. I believe in our board. So it's a great honor to stand before you as your president. It's been so long since we've been together in person. It's just wonderful to see everybody. You know, I was just thinking even our inauguration back in 2020, that was done virtually, and the by-elections that we've had, the swearing-in ceremonies have been done virtually. So it's been so different these last 2 years, and I'm just so happy to be standing in front of you all in person. So on behalf of our Cabinet, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to Métis Nation British Columbia's first in-person annual general meeting since COVID, and our first hybrid AGM. So we're not only here in person, we've also got citizens that can come in virtually, and they will have the ability to vote on resolutions when we get to that virtually as well. So it's a very inclusive for all our citizens, especially our citizens that are shut-ins or elders are unable to travel to the AGM venue. I really want to thank our elders for the prayer, our senators, Phil, and also to Alec from Musqueam for welcoming us to the Musqueam territory. It's just an honor to have somebody here. All our VIPs, it's wonderful to have other governing members here. Hank, Michelle, and Dan, thank you so much. And Cassidy, thank you so much. And when Michelle was talking about grace, I thought of you, so thank you for everything you do. And Mark and Parm, thank you for being here as well. And to all the provincial and federal ministers that did give us some virtual greetings. It would have been nice to have them here, but unfortunately, we know everybody is super, super busy. So I want to thank all our sponsors for our AGM, and I don't have a list, but perhaps during the AGM, we will be acknowledging all the sponsors of our AGM. So every year, even if it's virtual or in person, we look forward to spending time with you, the registered citizens that we all serve. It's an important opportunity to hear directly from citizens about the issues they're facing every day, so we can target our programs and services in the most efficient and impactful way. It is so great to finally be able to do something together in person again, and I can't say that enough. And it's in my speaking notes, so I'm repeating it. So, as I said, we're doing something a bit different this year. It's about shared leadership, and that's why our board of directors are all on stage with me. It is about us all. It's not about one person. We work together as a team. It's about teamwork, and our CEO is up here as well. And when she gives her presentation, she'll be highlighting a lot of the work that our ministries will be doing, have done, and will be doing. So I'm not going to touch on all of our ministries, but I want everybody to know that we do have all our ministers up here as well. And if there's questions that you want to ask, please don't hesitate at the end of this presentation, and we'll ensure that we get your answers. I just want to also mention we're having a town hall this evening, and that'll be another opportunity to ask the Cabinet questions as well that you may have. So there will be a lot of opportunity for you. I'm not sure where my slide presentation is, but it may be coming or not. I will just carry on then. It's an exciting time for our nation. Awareness of our culture and heritage is growing right across Canada, but very in particular here in BC. More and more youth and adults are discovering their roots. This is so inspiring to see because they represent our nation's future. Hundreds of Métis people are signing up to our central registry every month. I'm proud to say that we serve well over 22,000 registered citizens across 39 chartered communities. The latest census data shows that we now advocate for nearly 98,000 self-identified Métis in the province of BC. And those statistics were just released this week from the federal government. So the pandemic has impacted our ability to meet in person. Our digital governance team has adapted at every turn through the use of technology to ensure the important business of our Cabinet carries on. We're using the hybrid model more and more to maximize the participation at every chance we get. I also want to mention that I had the pleasure of attending, as you heard, Métis Nation of Ontario's Annual General Assembly and also Métis Nation Alberta's Annual General Assembly. And I look forward to attending Saskatchewan's as well. It's very interesting to see how other governments are carrying on their business and meet new Métis people and feeling welcome and part of the family. And I hope all our delegates from our other governing members in Cassidy feel very welcome here as well. So it's been a tremendous honor to serve our nation for the past 15 years. In addition to serving as President and Minister of Justice, and I am recently back on the Veterans File. I'm very happy to be back on the Veterans File. We just recently had a small shuffle within our cabinet. One of the new ministries I've taken on is Ministry of Intergovernmental Affairs. It's a new department tasked with strengthening relationships with government at both the national and provincial levels. More than ever before, we are meeting with high-ranking government officials on topics ranging from affordable housing, childcare, to skills training and cultural protection. I'm just wondering if somebody could forward some of the slides for me. That's our cabinet. Next slide. That's Terry Fox and one of our children's gatherings. I'm catching up from, go ahead. Okay, thanks. That's the slide we're on now. So, on the provincial side, we met with cabinet ministers and senior officials from municipal affairs, tourism, arts and culture, advanced education and skills training, transportation, child and family development, emergency management, and citizen services, just to name a few at this time. We have also engaged with the Parliamentary Secretary for Anti-Racism Initiatives, the Parliamentary Secretary for Gender Equity, the Attorney General, and the official opposition critics for key portfolios, as I've just mentioned there. I just want to highlight this slide here. This is one of our virtual meetings we had. At the top left is Lisa Bear, Minister of Citizen Services, Melanie Mark, Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sports, Jennifer Mells, Assistant Deputy Minister, Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, Rachna Singh, Parliamentary Secretary for Anti-Racism Initiatives, George Heyman, Minister of Environment and Cultural Climate Strategy, Josie Osborne, Minister of Lands, Water and Resource Stewardship, formerly Minister of Municipal Affairs. So we did have, we met with the cabinet with these ministers, but our cabinet members all turned off their cameras so we could get a screenshot of everybody that we were meeting with. So as you see in this slide, Minister Rankin is shaking hands with VP Minot, and I'm there as well, and this was at our head office in Surrey. So as Minister Rankin mentioned in his video greeting, we're back at the table working on a new relationship agreement alongside our counterparts with the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. We held a grand table meeting on May 26 in Victoria to generate and work together to support each other for a new relationship agreement process. We've had 2 Métis Nation relationships accord over the years. The last one was signed in 2016. These relationship accords basically were a piece of paper. There was no work that came out of it, and it was a struggle. And so we're right back at the table now, working very hard on a new agreement. We have a letter of understanding to work towards a new agreement that's going to have teeth. And when Minister Rankin was at our office, he announced that they were providing Métis Nation BC with $500,000 to enable that work to happen at the table so we can meet and equitable discussions can happen at the table. We'll have the resources to be able to meet and get this work done. So, yeah, thank you. So we did, Minister Rankin, actually I had the opportunity to speak with him just on Monday, and he was at our headquarters and on August 15th, and on Monday he was saying how much he loved the atmosphere at Métis Nation BC headquarters, loved the staff, just everything about his visit to our headquarters was just wonderful. So we have kicked off working tables with the province for economic development and culture, heritage and language through this process that we're beginning. Housing, health, and harvesty are the priority topics we'll be exploring next. Our Métis Justice Strategy is in the final stages of approval, which includes restorative justice, as I mentioned this morning. We are hoping to sign off between MNBC and the province this fall on our justice strategy and the restorative justice part. And once we sign off on the strategy, there will be funds attached to assisting MNBC in implementing the strategy. So that's very important as well. I just want to quote Minister Rankin on something he said while he was at our head office, and I wish we had a recording going, but we have a lot of witnesses here. So what Minister Rankin, and this is a quote, stated that Métis have Section 35 rights in British Columbia. Now, it's taken a long time to hear that from the province, that Métis have Section 35 rights in British Columbia. And this is through the good work that we've been able to do with the province at working together and getting the respect that Métis citizens in British Columbia do deserve. It's been a challenge over the years, and like I said, the Métis Nation Relationships Accord, they look good on the wall and they collected dust, but there wasn't anything happening out of it. So this is real, it's happening. We're being funded to sit at the table along with the provincial partners, so this work is happening, and I'm so proud of everybody. So I'm just going to go into a few different things. Our hardworking CEO and our new CEO, Colette Trudeau, sitting beside me. And I think everybody knows Colette, and if you don't, you will very soon. Colette is a Métis citizen, and she has been working with MNBC for over a decade. So we're just thrilled that she's our new CEO. And I just want to say that she's no longer our interim CEO. We did sign a permanent contract with her recently as well. So our CEO, Trudeau, presented our $18.2 million submission for the budget 2023 to the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services on June 15th at the Morris J. Wass Centre for Dialogue, and that's the Provincial Government Select Standing Committee on Finance. I'm pleased to report that the committee made the unequivocal recommendation, and this is a quote once again, and I love quotes because we can hold people to quotes. So their recommendation was to provide funding to Métis Nation BC for governance and to ensure that Métis culture is recognized, respected, and protected in a distinction-based approach. And that's so very important that we have these quotes and we can use these because we can hold government accountable to what they've said. And once again, that's in writing, but I sure would love to have these on tape and play the reel behind me, eh? So, on the federal side, significant progress has been made at the recognition of Indigenous rights and self-determination table negotiations with Canada. We struggled for a few years at that table, so we successfully requested a new lead negotiator. And MNBC was awarded $3.3 million to continue to do research to identify historical Métis communities in British Columbia. We know that we have historical Métis communities in British Columbia, but we have to have the written research behind it. And here we have to record these stories and history of Métis families in British Columbia. So we have $3.3 million, as Mr. Miller stated, to get that research done. And we've also worked with our legal counsel to follow a judicial review to challenge Canada's denial of our Indigenous governing body status, which is necessary to gain jurisdiction over our Métis children. So I'm just going to give a bit of background on that right now, because you're probably wondering why we were denied Indigenous governing body status, and we're not sure. We applied for Indigenous governing body status 2 years ago, and then this year we finally heard back that we were denied, and we need that status so we can take over delegation of our own children, Métis children, and take care of our own children. So it's really necessary. We struggled with the decision whether we were going to go take it to court and ask for a judicial review, but we have to. It's very important. So that process is in place, and I know our CEO, Trudeau, has a lot of different details about that, and she can probably speak to that a bit more. But it was a very difficult decision, and in no way is that going to stall any work that we're doing with the federal or provincial government at this time. Just something is very necessary to do on behalf of Métis children, children in care especially, and we need to do everything we can. So we did host Mark Miller, Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations, at our head office on July 10th, and we advocated strongly on this issue. And we were very transparent with him, and we did let him know that we would be filing for a judicial review. So we did discuss that with him in quite length. We have met with Mr. Miller several times over this past year. We met with him at Patosh, and we've had several virtual meetings with him. So we're really, meetings with the federal and provincial government, there's so much happening right now, and we're so busy, but it's so good to be so busy because we're getting a lot of work done. I just want to speak to our veterans for a moment, and I take every opportunity I can to express my sincere, heartfelt thank you to all our veterans, past, present, and future. We must not take our freedom for granted, ever. It's because of our veterans that we live the way we do, and we have freedom. I want to thank our Métis Veterans BC Committee for all their volunteer work on behalf of our veterans and our nation. Our Métis Veterans BC Chair, Dave Arment, has been busy ensuring that the names of our veterans will be included in the second inscribing on the Patosh Veterans Monument, as well as attending meetings with the Métis National Council. At the end of the month, Chairperson Arment, on behalf of Métis Veterans of British Columbia, will be attending an MNC meeting in Charlottetown. So it's a meeting between Métis National Council and Veterans Affairs Canada. So I'm looking forward to the results of that meeting, and I wish I could be there. I've never been to Charlottetown, so I'm a bit envious, but that's okay. I'm so happy that Chairperson Arment will be there representing Métis Nation BC and Métis Veterans of BC. So thank you to President Caron for ensuring that the work of our veterans is carrying on. I'm proud to say that we're still the only Métis Nation governing member that have a Veterans Act. We signed our own Veterans Act in 2010, and the reason we did that, not to make the veterans political, but just to ensure that they're never forgotten. So that was very important for us all. So these pictures were done on November 8th is Aboriginal Veterans Day, and there's always a service at the Cenotaph in Vancouver on November the 8th, and Métis veterans are always invited, so we really appreciate being there. So I'm just really happy to announce that we're also planning a Veterans Wellness Gathering next March, so we hope to bring in as many Métis veterans as we can to this gathering. It'll be right before our MNGA. So I just want to close on the veterans part about saying their sacrifices must never be forgotten. So thank you to our veterans. So over the summer, we did send a delegation to Alberta to participate in the papal apology for the crimes committed at residential school. Some of these decisions were very hard because we know there's so much not controversy, but everybody has their own feelings about the Pope and different things, but we felt it very necessary to send a delegation and be part of this. It's really important for the public to know that residential schools and the 60 scoop affected all Indigenous people, including our nation. Métis children were taken from their families alongside First Nations, but this aspect of residential school system is still very much in the dark. And I think by us attending, it brings public awareness to the fact that Métis children were part of the residential school and the 60 Scoop. And we have to do everything we can to raise awareness on behalf of the children. The scars remain, and the impact on our nation needs to be acknowledged before we can all heal. So we're having a Survivors and Intergenerational Gathering this coming weekend, part of the gathering will be attending the BC Lions Orange Shirt game, the reconciliation game. So it'll be an interesting evening for those attending the conference and attending the Orange Shirt game. I was asked to be at the announcement of the BC Lions for their Orange Shirt game, and orange shirt and hat. Some people might have seen the release, but so we're quite happy that we can bring intergenerational survivors and survivors together this coming weekend and partake in the game as a group. So it should be quite interesting. I'm looking forward to that as well. We did send a delegation to Saskatchewan to celebrate our history at the 50th anniversary of Back to Batoche, which saw the largest attendance ever. I believe there was 50,000, was it, Michelle? About 50,000. We will continue to participate in this annual cultural event, which provides a welcome boost to our collective sense of identity. And I want to say that, hopefully we can get some funds together, and every year we can send a bigger and bigger delegation, because it's something that I feel every Métis citizen should attend. It's just, it's heartwarming to be there with so many people. And right where our Batoche, we all know what Batoche, Saskatchewan means, and what the Battle of Batoche was, and how important that is to our history. So I'm hoping we can start taking bigger delegations every year. Just last week and on Monday, I was invited by Premier Horgan to participate in a memorial procession for Queen Elizabeth II. I joined the procession from the legislature to Christ Church Cathedral in Victoria, then visited Government House at the invitation of the Lieutenant Governor, where I was joined by Minister Harriott. Once again, this decision was made on behalf of our citizens and to bring Métis awareness to the province. And it's heartwarming to see that we're getting invitations like this. So when we get an invitation directly from Premier Horgan, it's best to show up. When we were in our holding room before the procession, I had an awesome opportunity to network with a lot of the MLAs, and it was really heartwarming when Premier Horgan came in and he's talking to me, and then people come up and he introduces me by my name. And, he knows who I am. So it's important. Our nation is getting recognition. And if we get invited to these things, we need to show up. And I just want to point out that picture. So many times we, as Métis Nation, feel we've been left out of things. And if you think about the DRIPA announcement, when that happened, where were we? It was a last-minute invitation. We couldn't make it work. We were actually, I believe, at a MNC meeting in Ottawa or somewhere. And then when they did the signing of the DRIPA, we were invited. Minister Harriott and I were up in the public gallery watching all the First Nations on the floor. So we've been advocating strongly, like, this is not right. This is not right. And so I think the province has finally got it right. If you notice in this picture, if you could put that picture back up. Thank you. I'm right behind Premier Horgan and the Lieutenant Governor, right where our leadership should be. I was the only Indigenous leader to show up, and others were invited, but so I just want to say our voices are being heard, and they're showing us respect as Métis Nation in British Columbia. And I go back to Minister Rankin's words. Métis have Section 35 rights in British Columbia. The province is hearing us and respecting us, and we've got a good relationship like we've never had before. Could we go back to that picture one more time? I know. If you look at the four gentlemen walking in front of the Lieutenant Governor, those are her aides, and I can't remember the terminology for them. But the first gentleman to the left is actually Bill Bresser. He's our Senate clerk, and he's been doing the work of an aide to the Lieutenant Governor for many years now. And he's retired RCMP. He's also a veteran. So our Senate clerk, as you saw, he was in our grand entry. He wears many, many hats. But I think this picture speaks 1,000 words. There's our Métis Senate clerk there, and there's the Métis Nation BC president right front and center. So it was, I love this picture because I can describe so many things and what it means to Métis Nation people, Métis citizens in British Columbia. So thank you. So as we all know, we've had a really complex dynamic relationship between the Métis Nation and some of our First Nations, and there remains barriers to reconciliation. We're developing an engagement strategy with an experienced and respected First Nations advisor. A delegation from MNBC attended the Assembly of First Nations in Vancouver in July to build relationships with the First Nations, and we successfully advocated against a resolution concerning Métis land claims in Ontario that was actually put forward, I think it was Resolution 40, that was put forward by 2 chiefs in Ontario. It was Louis Dieger and myself and our intergovernmental relations staffs, and between Louis and I, we knew a lot of chiefs there. And Louis was in particular able to network with one well-known chief that he knows. And so that resolution actually ended up getting pulled because, you know, we're working so closely with a lot of our First Nations. We have good relationships. And I think that was the chiefs in Ontario that put forward that was a Ontario issue. So it should not reflect on BC. So we just showing up at things like this, you know, it was a really eye-opening experience, and it was wonderful to see how many chiefs we actually know and how many First Nations we think about it, that we do have good relationships with, but we want to continue to build our relationships with all First Nations in British Columbia. So, okay, the slide's up. So we decided to sponsor the Songhees Nation South Island Powwow in Victoria on September 30th, which is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So by doing that, it shows that the Métis Nation respects the Songhees Nation. And by doing this, by being one of the sponsors, we're going to have 10 Métis citizens in the grand entry. Our logo, Métis Nation BC, is going to be well presented on all the advertising and everything that they do. And, you know, when we first thought about doing this, it was like, what if they don't want us to be a sponsor? What if they don't want us to work with them? So it was a risk we took, and they accepted, and we're so happy. It just shows that we're respecting First Nations and that their culture. And as we know, Coast Salish people, powwows are not part of their tradition, but Songhees and a few other nations on the island do hold powwows. So and it's part of our Cree tradition, so I think it's really appropriate. So that's just a snapshot of all the good work our government has been doing over the past year. So there's another picture. That was a senior leadership meeting at MNBC headquarters. So looking ahead, our board's vision is to build a proud self-governing nation where all Métis people have access to affordable housing and all their health needs are met. We want to see our children raised with their culture. They should never again feel ashamed of their heritage, like many of us did. We remain steadfast in our pursuit of Indigenous governing body status with the federal government to support this work. We will continue fighting for the unique rights of our nation. No longer can we let our people fall through the cracks, and we are all stronger if we work together. I just want to say thank you to all our volunteers in our communities, to all the community leadership here. If it wasn't for our communities, there would be no Métis Nation. And as a spokesperson for your board of directors, I'm really happy to say that all of our regional directors have previously been community presidents at one time, as VP Minot and myself has. And so we understand the grassroots work. We really appreciate all your volunteer hours and the countless hours you put in. And I know moving forward together, we have to work together, and we're all one team. So thank you again.
All right, folks, we're going to take a moment for a health break. Please grab a drink and talk amongst yourselves. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Nope.
I see you got it done, my friend. Where'd you get that? Yeah, oh, and they bring him? Oh, you're a good man, my friend. Not many of us left.
Hello, folks. Just giving a 5-minute warning that we'll be returning in 5 minutes. 2 lines.
I'll go holler out there to get everybody back in.
Hey, how are you?
Good, I'm Jordan.
Coming together. There's a number of people here that I've worked with for a couple of years, but never seen them in person except for today. So it's kind of amazing. Yeah. All right. Let's do this.
How are you?
Good to see you. Are you a hugger? I can't remember.
I just got that made for me.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's so cute, yeah.
You gave him a good talking to?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There will be a break.
Should we kick it off?
Yeah, and so no town hall.
There'll be no town hall? Okay, copy that. And we'll, because of time, so we'll move on to the resuming the agenda after this question period.
Yeah.
Copy that. All right, folks, welcome back. I hope everybody had a great break, had a snack and some coffee, got to talk to a cousin or two. So we're going to pick things back up. Just a little bit of housekeeping. When we do end the session today, please take your voting device, the gadget you have there, and there'll be people at the door there to receive and grab those off you. I think they're expensive toys, so we need them back. So moving forward, we're going to have a Q&A question period. If you'd like to ask a question, you can just line up on the side right here. We have a microphone. And we'll also be fielding questions from individuals that are viewing this online. And I'm speaking directly to the individuals online right now. We won't take written questions, but if you click the raise your hand button within the program, we will put your audio on the PA system here live. All right? So we'll alternate between live questions and online questions. Sound good, folks? Fantastic. All right. So we will, if you have a question, please come up to the front here and we will start it up.
And maybe we'll start with an online question to get us going. So if there's anybody in the online realm that is watching this presentation, not yet? Okay, they're working up to it. Of course, and we'll pass on to the president here.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Thank you. I just want to let you know we are running behind, and so we've had to make a decision. We're going to cancel tonight's town hall. And this is the opportunity right now to be asking questions. So we'd like to, anybody that had questions for tonight, please go ahead. Tomorrow when we do ministry reports, there will be another opportunity to ask questions after the ministry reports. So please, if you had questions for tonight, please feel free to ask them now. We only have AV till a certain time today, so it's unfortunate that we're running behind. So we will be meeting for the meet and greet at 7:30 tonight. So please ask your questions now. Thank you.
And if there's any elders that would like me to bring the mic to them, just raise your hand and I can do that. Fantastic. So we'll begin the question period now. Please raise your hand or come up if you'd like to speak. Oh, fantastic.
Hi. Jana Opens, Cowichan Valley Métis. We heard from MNC some wonderful words and about sharing, equality. So I'm hoping and I'm wondering if people that will be going to that meeting will be putting equitable funding formula at the table.
Hello, can you hear me? Is this thing on? Yeah. Oh, okay. We plan on actually going after equitable funding and equitable voting with the MNC at the national level. Right now, what our plan is, I didn't want to put it out in public, but the plan is to try to get the actual votes in process first from the other governing bodies, because it defeats the whole purpose of putting it on the floor unless we know we have the votes and the support from the other provinces. So right now, that's what we're working on. We have part of our team and our board of directors here that are doing some of this back door dealing with them and trying to get the support of the other two prairie provinces, because that's where we need the support. They do have veto power as the bylaw state for MNC. So what we're trying to do is hopefully get past that and get the support from the provinces before we put that to the floor, because if we don't have that support, it just defeats the whole purpose of bringing it to the floor. But that is our final goal, is to get our equality, our equal shares in the votes, as well as all the funding coming across from the federal government on behalf of all Métis citizens here in BC.
Thank you, VP Minolt. And I would just like to add to that and just identify VP Minolt as our Minister of Métis Rights and Patrick Harriott as our Associate Minister of Métis Rights. At meetings I've been to at the Board of Governors level with MNC, I have brought that to the table about the funding formula. And what most of the provinces are saying right now is that we do need to change it, but we want it to be needs-based. And I think with these new statistics out that just came out this week, with the 98,000 self-identified Métis in British Columbia, that will help us be more successful. And I just want to note that with the new statistics out, we do have more self-identified Métis in the province of British Columbia than we do in Manitoba at this time. So thank you, but we have been addressing this.
Thank you. All right, we have another question here.
Hello, Anya McVeigh, Nicola Valley District Métis. I guess my question is with regards to, I'm fairly certain that you are aware that Manitoba Métis Federation is holding all of these sessions to come and to learn more about the Beyond Borders. Having been to one of those, they very much encourage all of us to leave all of the provincial groups. But one of their major reasons is indicating that the other provincial groups will never have self-governance. Does, according to federal mandate, is that something that you think will actually be a reality? Like, will MNBC receive federal self-governance according to the feds sometime in the near future?
Thank you so much for your question. I'll start off on the answer. Absolutely, MNBC is going to receive their self-governing status. We've been working at a rights and recognition table with Canada for several years now. When the Métis Nation Accord was signed in 2017, Métis Nation BC was a signatory to that accord with all 5 governing members. I myself, as Vice President at the time, witnessed our President of the Day's signature on that accord. So the Métis Nation Canada Accord is about all 5 governing members at the time, including British Columbia. And I just want to state we are working and have been working very hard since then at Métis Nation BC on this process. And as I mentioned this morning, we do have a new lead negotiator. I just want to state that MNS and MNA and MNO have drafts of their self-governing agreements. So the statement that the other governing members will never have self-governing status is false. And I'm going to let VP Minot speak to that as well.
As being part of the team that's been negotiating with the federal government on our self-government agreements, as Minister Miller has stated on his speech earlier, they are recognizing us in with our self-government agreements going forward. They know that we're in negotiations. He recognizes the negotiation process that we're having with them right now. We've never been into this in-depth of negotiations with the federal government before. Now they have us meeting with them on a monthly basis to try to solve this issue going forward. But yes, we will be signing a self-government agreement in the future on regards to MNBC and the federal government for all our citizens here in British Columbia. So the statement that was made by Manitoba Métis Federation at this time, I believe, is a false statement because we are in those negotiations and we believe they are going to be successful, and we will have a self-government agreement signed before the end of our term.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy. I have 2 questions. One, a lot of people are asking who the MC is and his name.
Tache, Kiowao, Deshina Kashan, Jordan Wanch, Nia Métis. Hello everyone, my name is Jordan Wanch, I'm Métis. I'm an MC and I work in the film industry. Families from around St. Albert area. I grew up in BC in the Okanagan, and I've called the Coast Salish Territories home for the last 18 years. Really honored to be here. This is not about me, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And 2, I have a blind cousin who would like some of these things on auditory books, if we can, like the resolutions and stuff, if they can all be on auditory at some point in the future.
I'm going to ask. Dr. Elliott's going to answer that question.
Oh, hi everyone. Thank you, Wendy, for that. I think that's a really important reminder around accessibility. And I think not only just for the visually impaired, being able to have the auditory version of it can help us understand and try and process and be able to help everything be accessible for the AGM. So thank you for that suggestion, and we will make note of it. I promise you, I will not be the one doing the audio recordings for reading the resolutions. We'll find someone with a really good voice for it, so thank you for that.
I'll volunteer.
They turned the mic off on you.
Apologies for once again having another question. I will take up much of your time, I'm sure, this weekend. I do have a question regarding, I suppose, transparency with regard to what happened with the previous president. I'm sure that more people who live down here on the coast are aware of things that happen, but for those of us who live in other parts of the province, it is kind of a mystery at this point. We hear things from various sides from various people, and we try to make our own judgments, but then various villains appear, and I would rather not view the board as villains, but you have been made out to be villains by a lot of people, and so some transparency would definitely be great as to what had happened, if that is possible. Pardon? Wally Opal was not. Wally Opal did not interview Clara, though. Yes, but had she participated in that while during a legal proceeding, she would have been acknowledging that. I mean, that's simple legal standard.
Thank you. Could somebody please turn my mic on? We can't hear what she's saying. Hello? Microphone on, please. Hello? Lisa?
Please turn Lisa's mic on.
Hello? Okay, great. Thank you so much for your question. As for transparency, I feel that MNBC has been very transparent in this process. Everything was available online. Originally, President Maureen Delco was suspended by this board of directors. At that time, she had the option to appeal that suspension to the Senate, which she did not. We did meet with her. We had, in our board policy manual, we have a process for dealing with conduct of board members. We followed the process in our own policy manual to a T. President Delco was invited to meet with the board of directors to discuss this, and she refused. We then made the decision that she would be removed. We went through the proper process. We did everything to a T according to our own board manual. And her words in the Supreme Court of Canada documents stated, "Why would I go to my own lynching?" So she refused to participate with the board of directors in the hearing about her own suspension. Well, the Supreme Court of Canada, she went directly to the Supreme Court. And we know that she had 2 opportunities to go to our own Senate, the MNBC judicial system, and she refused. She didn't go to the Senate regarding her suspension. She refused to go to the Senate regarding her removal. To me, that's saying that our own judicial system is not worthy. She chose to go to the Supreme Court of Canada. And we went through that, and she was interviewed, and the court documents were on our MNBC website, and you can read it. And I heard today a different opinion about what the court said. I want to note, our own judicial system could have been used. It could have saved MNBC and our citizens a lot of money. For MNBC to deal with the Supreme Court of Canada in that case, it cost us almost $200,000. And I just want to make that very clear. And I stand by my statements. The Supreme Court of Canada, the judge ruled that she had the option to go to our own judicial system, and that there was an abuse of power being held. She still has an option to go to our judicial system. She still has an option to appeal this. Unfortunately, at this time, and since this has all been done, Wally Opal, we did hire him to give his opinion on this, and he's a highly respected individual, Wally Opal, and you can read his report as well. She was invited to speak with Wally Opal, and once again, she declined. Those are the choices of Clara Morin-Delco, and she made those choices. She was given every opportunity to represent herself. So I'm going to leave it at that and say that we feel we fulfilled our fiduciary duty to the citizens of Métis, British Columbia, and Ms. Morin-Delco was suspended and ultimately removed for a breach of fiduciary duty to Métis Nation, BC. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much, President Smith, for making that statement in public. I very much appreciate that.
All right there, folks. Just because we are limited on time, we have one question here for Cheryl, and then we'll have one question there to wrap it up. Oh. Okay, fantastic.
Wanting to make note my concerns about the fact that we have one youth representative in the province, and we've talked a few times about how important it is to have our youth be a part of all of this, and I'm just wondering to know who's working on making sure that our youth are present in the future. Thank you.
Hello, everybody hear me okay? Hello everybody, Tanse, my name is Sean, my pronouns are they, them. I'm the Provincial Youth Chair of Métis Nation, BC and the Minister of Youth. Yeah, that was really tough, and I'll be completely transparent about that's something that happened. But we are working really hard to identify more youth. We've identified one for Region 6 now. And since the RGCs that have been happening, I know that there's been the appointment of at least 2 more, with our next event being planned to be in one of the regions that is currently vacant for youth. It's definitely something that I'm taking very seriously, and I've been working with all of the regional directors, and they've come together and really been so supportive of me. And I'm very thankful for that, and just how well our board has come together to address this problem. Yeah, I can't say how thankful enough I am for that, and that we are on our way, and that we have one more appointment right now, and I'm waiting to hear back for the RGCs to see who was appointed there, and then we'll have our first meeting being in early October.
Hi, Jan Ovens, Cowichan Valley Métis, and I thought long and hard about this statement that I needed to make to those online, to the people here, and to the board. After receiving emails in our office and reading forums, I have been disturbed. At first, I thought I was just going to let it go and applaud the courage of those presidents and community members who responded respectfully. But after careful and long consideration, I need to say this. Rigorous debate is important. A respectful tone and language should be the guiding values for discourse. Disrespectful discourse dismisses others' points of view. Some of what I have read and heard has been done with careful deliberation and thoughtful interpretation. However, some of it has included name-calling, disparaging someone's work history, their education, or it's been emotional rhetoric. And that the persistent disparaging remarks about our Métis registry puts the identity of all of us in question. The remarks about our senators and board and many community members and staff have been very difficult, and I feel responsible I didn't say those things, but members of my larger community did, and I apologize to all of you. Our energy should not be on the quality of the lives of our citizens. Our mandate should be to advocate for our Métis people. Those outside our community, again, will see us in a lesser light. I do not want that future for our nation. I do not want to be forgotten again. I want to be proud of who we are, how we function, how we work together, and how we face challenges internally and externally. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for those comments. That means a lot to this board. We also, this year, whole board, with the words from our president, we have nothing but respect and admiration for our registry. The complaints and the issues arise by certain individuals questioning our registry was probably one of the worst things that happened to our nation in years. When that happened, it brought us back so many years. But with this new board and our president here, we've been assuring our people here in the province that we back up our registry 100%, and we always will. We still believe it is the best registry in the country. We still believe that we abide by all the regulations and rules of behind Métis citizenship. And we will always stand behind our registry 100%. And I also like to thank our president for allowing us to be able to speak on behalf of our people here. This is a great thing that you just brought up, Jan, right? And I thank you for that. This whole board here understands the damage that has done to our nation, and we're working on fixing it day by day, and we will get it back so we have the full confidence in our people in our registry, not just our people, but other governing members across Canada, that we do have the best registry in Canada. And I take my hats off to the registry and its team. Thank you.
And Jan, I'd also like to thank you very much. Janice, the VP of Cowichan Valley, as she stated. Thank you very much for that statement and for having the courage to call a spade, and lateral violence is lateral violence, and it happens amongst our own people as well. And thank you for that statement. This has to stop, and we need to be respectful of each other. And I really appreciate your words. Thank you.
All right, folks. We do have to be mindful of time. We're a little bit behind, so we have one online question and then one gentleman there. Oh, enjoy. There. Hiding over there. We'll proceed with the online. Brody Douglas.
Hello? Hi, Mike. Thank you, Brody, and you're looking really good. I didn't recognize you without your hat. And thank you, as a former registry staff person, you know our registry very well, and we're very proud of our registry. And we've had a lot of other provinces work with our registry to model it in their own provinces. As for the Ontario new communities that you're referring to, I did bring that up at the last Board of Governors meeting that we had, because the Métis National Council General Assembly did pass a resolution last year that we would strike a committee of experts on research to deal with that and to present something to our Assembly this year. So unfortunately, that committee has not been struck. We have identified who MNBC is going to put forward as the name. We're waiting for confirmation whether that person is going to accept. But that will be coming up, and I will be bringing it up at our next Board of Governors meeting as well. And I believe when I did bring it up, that perhaps at this General Assembly, MNO will be presenting as well. But we still need to honor the resolution that belongs to the Métis National Council on this all that was put forward last year, striking the committee of experts on research. So that's the only update, unfortunately, I can give you at this time. But we have not forgotten about it, and I do bring it up at the Board of Governors meetings. So thank you.
Hey, my name is Dave Pelche. I'm president of Golden Years Métis Society. Just a couple brief questions regarding the 3.3 million regarding the research funding that we've received for historic Métis community research in BC. Just a couple, like, who's doing this research, or have we identified who that is? What are the rough timelines, and will it be distributed publicly? Because I could see a lot of, amateur historians or community members seeing that and being able to fill some gaps or add to what's being created. So I think there's untapped resources there that could assist in whatever research is developed or created. So just had some questions around that. I was hoping to hear some details.
Hello. Hello?
Yep.
There we go. This is a new announcement. So we are looking at what's already been done. We have some names of experts that have done this in other places that we've reached out to. We're actually trying to get a timeline of when the money is going to be coming to us, because that's important for us to engage people. It will be over a period of a couple of years, and it looks like the money will be coming early next year. So I'm not sure if that answered all your questions.
Cash manage in December.
But it sounds like we might be able to cash manage as early as the end of this year to be able to make sure that we can get that, engage the right people and get that started right away. But it will be a process over the next couple of years.
Can I add to that? Just a little add to that there. We also put together a great team, including Patrick, myself, President Smith, and Mr. DeJager. We are also working with a great law firm, Castle's law firm as well, on this issue. And our CEO has contacted a few firms that have done some research in BC in regards to Aboriginal rights and heritage in our province. So we are trying to move on this as quick as we possibly can to make sure that we don't lose any momentum moving forward. So yeah, we have a great team on it right now, but we would always be welcoming any information that you have or any other researchers that that could assist us in this process, because the more help we get and the quicker we can push this issue along, the better it is for our nation.
Fantastic. And we'll move on to our last question then.
I'm about to say good evening because unfortunately, and as you heard a few ahs and oohs, oh no, that the town hall was not going to occur this evening. And I'm saying good evening because I was going to be given the honor of moderating it. And now I miss out on that. Would have been my first experience in front of MNBC. not outside, I've done other things, but yeah, here it would have been. And I'm trying to make sure I speak louder because someone said earlier when I spoke they couldn't hear me. So one of the things I'm coming here, MNBC, as so many, even our communities, our regions, there's an explosion of opportunity for growth for us right now. And it's all landing on your plate. And so that piece, I think pieces are getting missed. I know in my own community, we're dropping pieces because we don't have the capacity. And so then we hear things about how many new staff, how many staff you now have. And I can be honest and say, it irritates me because I don't have that many new staff. But at the same time, one of the concerns, and a few of us as elders had attended an MNBC-sponsored event, and were very disrespectfully treated. And a piece of it is, who is doing the cultural training, and how do you treat and look after your elders when they come to events? And, you know, I think I can thank Dean. He stepped in because it was getting out of hand. And we also, as the 3 elders that were present, we decided to do it as we would. And so we waited till we had our opportunity and were asked to perform and do our cultural piece, accomplish it in 20 minutes to half an hour with over 30 people in attendance. And I smiled and said, okay, we'll do that. We simply did it as we would, and it was over an hour before we were finished, and the gratitude of every single participant was evident. And I think that's the case of us knowing where we come from culturally, but who's actually, when all of these staff are around, and one of the things we're also noticing in community, there's a void. Many communities have lost many elders. They've passed over the last 5 years. Even in my own community, we've lost many. And so there's this void now. And so who is now teaching, even our own younger people, our middle age, you know, those groups that weren't exposed to it for a long period of time? Who is teaching and stepping up to take that responsibility? But at MNBC, it's a priority that you are doing that yourselves. What does MNBC do when people are not of our culture? They come in with absolutely good intentions. But who's showing them and guiding them through that? You know, and I think that's really important as you go forward. If we don't have that cultural safety for those that are coming up as our elders, we're going to lose those individuals. They won't step forward as elders. So I'm not sure if you have if you've put together a plan in terms of that sharing and developing that respect for the elders as you go forward. That creates safety across our communities, across your community, you know, and that's such a priority. Going forward, if we don't have that, we're losing completely, and we'll just become another organization that really has no understanding of who the Métis are. And again, thank you, Dean. You did step up once, you know, but we appreciate how we were then treated and the acceptance of who the elders were that were present. But yeah, it would be a good answer for somebody, you know, somehow come forward and be able to announce, this is our plan in looking after our elders, teaching our new members, our staff that are not Métis and don't understand the culture. Just what do you do with those old folks? I don't mind being called one of the old ones. But that's my piece.
Check, there we go. So thank you so much, Joy, for bringing that forward. You know, I have to say that work's on us. It's up to MNBC for us to do the cultural training that we need to do with our staff, to give them those experiential opportunities within the culture to understand. We have been working with our teams to identify some Métis 101, some different training that we can offer to our staff, and some ongoing experiential opportunities for our staff to work with elders. We did implement a elder in residence program within our offices, and we're really seeking out different ways to ensure that our staff are supported, to understand our protocols in community, how to work with our elders, and the respect that is expected when we go out to community and we're supporting our elders. So I take what you say wholeheartedly. It's so critical that all of our staff understand how to work with our elders and respect our elders, and honestly understand the space that's needed to do this really important work when we're bringing community together. So I take responsibility that that is the work that MNBC operationally and with our community members and our knowledge keepers that we need to do, and we need to do in a good way. And it's absolutely at the forefront of the work that we need to do. It's a priority to ensure our staff understand the culture and are working in a culturally good way with our communities.
Yeah. And I mean no disrespect, but we have, and this is a good segue into what I would like to propose, is an elders gathering. I would give the opportunity for our youth to actually experience and work with the elders. And our elders, unfortunately, when I look at that guy up there, some old guy stepped in front of me, so it's not really me. But my point is, I had an opportunity to go to Pine House, which is in northern Saskatchewan. And I was invited there by Glenn McCallum to an elders gathering. I was blown away. The way the elders were venerated, the way they were treated, I was blown away. Now, I couldn't hardly do anything for myself, which was a little embarrassing, which I like to do for myself. But nonetheless, we here in this province, we're past that point. We need that. And as Joy pointed out, it's time. It's time for our youth to learn, and it's time for this board to take that. And as Colette, our CEO, points out, it's on her, and she's taken it on her, and the board, of course. But we here, us that are old like that guy up there, it's up to us also to demand that. Let's experience what we should do when we speak to our elders. Why don't we let the youth, give them the opportunity to venerate the elders, to help the elders. What I experienced in Pine House, there were guys that were 30, 40 years old that were helping out, and you could tell they were doing that since they were 8 years old. It was part of their DNA. Now, we don't have the same atmosphere as you would in northern Saskatchewan. We're here in downtown Vancouver. But there's no reason why we can't have a 3 or 4 day function someplace in the interior of our province, preferably Kamloops, but someplace in our province, that we can do this, that we can show, and let our youth see that. And let them experience what it's like to help an elder. I know they'll get it. They'll like it. And I know as an elder, yeah, maybe I get fussed over it, but I'm kind of liking it as well. But my point is, let's do it. Let's get this board, Madam President, I hope you stand behind all this, because I know you do. And let's do that. Let's have an elders gathering. Let's beg from MNBC some dollars to put this on. Let's ask our sponsors to put it on. I sit on a capital board. I'm going to be begging from them as well. But I'd like to put together a group of people so that we can have this, maybe sometime next June. But I think it's time that we had something for the elders. And so those that are middle-aged, which I like to think I am, but those that are actually middle-aged, I think it would be good, because they're going to be stepping forward into the shoes of the elders. And then that youth is going to be stepping forward to replace that middle age. And that youth should have that opportunity to carry that forward. We're losing that a bit. And Joy that points that out, thank you very much for doing that, because that gave me the opportunity to stand up. I wasn't going to say anything, but thank you for that. So the board, please, let's do that.
Hello? Hello, Mike?
Hello? Thank you so much. Thank you, Joy, for bringing that to our attention, and I'm sorry that occurred. I truly am. I'm sorry to hear this. It hurts my heart. I'm really grateful Mr. Gladue was there on behalf of the Board of Directors, and it sounds like he took charge of it as well and tried to rectify the situation. I know Minister Davern, our chair of our youth committee, was there as well. And I sincerely apologize on behalf of the MNBC board that this happened. And I know there was a few elders there, and I know there's a few in your row that were there. And I'm just deeply sorry that this happened. And it's so important that we do have elders and youth gatherings. And it's not only our youth that need to learn from our elders. It's the in-betweens that need to learn. It's all of us. We all need to learn more from our elders. You know, I'm getting older, but I'm an older. I'm not an elder. And I say that because I am not, and I'm too political to be an elder anyway, so I just always say that I am getting older, but I'm an older. So thank you, Joy, and we will definitely be working on that. And an elders gathering is something that we haven't had for many years, and it's so crucial that we do that. Even our veterans, we haven't had a veterans gathering for many years, so we're able to go through the health department to do the veterans wellness right before the MNGA. But I think it's really difficult at times, but I think holding events in conjunction with other events is timely, and it's more cost effective as well. But you know, the Ministry of Youth and the Ministry of Elders would be the lead on this, but I don't think it should just be elders and youth. It should be open to a lot of different people. But yeah. And thank you for that, Joy, and those words couldn't be truer. It's an opportunity for us all to grow together. And it's not about you or me or a certain person or anything. It's about us. It's about we. And we need to move together in a good way and learn to grow together. And we're doing that. We're definitely growing as a nation, but we can't forget our elders. And so I just thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
I need to just go back to Joy, because I was there present. I do want to say this: no Métis youth were disrespectful. We had a staff issue there, and it was more about how our elders were treated, and we rectified it. We clarified it with people there, but Joy's absolutely right. It's about quality of our elders and treating with respect, no matter what race you are, who you are, what you're from. And at the end of the day, I'll just leave it at that, but I just wanted to clear that none of our Métis youth were disrespectful. They were amazing there, and the ones that were there, in fact, we would sit at night up in the hut there upstairs where the only Wi-Fi was available because we were way out in the bush, and it's funny because guess what? What a great way because all the youth were coming up there. And then I called them the three golden girls, and then because we were all sitting there and having a lot of laughs, but what I saw was how many youth came to them and spoke to them. Some were crying. Like, I don't know what was going on in the conversation, but private conversations were happening all the time. There was a lot of hugs, a lot of tears. You know, you were there, Cheryl, as well. And so and you're right, Joy. Thank you for addressing it. It's a wake-up call. Because if we're a nation, we're not a colonial government, we're not a colonial system. We also got our Indigenous care. We need to hear each other. And yes, it hurt my heart when that was happening because I saw how devastated you were. And but at the end of the day, like you said, we're growing, we learn, and thank you for coming in front and addressing that in the setting. But it's important that our youth and our elders are connecting. So thank you, Joy. I just want to point that out on there.
And we'll have a final statement there from President Lisa there.
Thank you so much, Jordan. I just want to state that On behalf of our staff, we thank you all. We have a very diverse group of staff. Some are Métis and some are not. But all of our staff welcome and the teachings about who Métis people are, about our culture. We have elders that work with our staff, and our staff are all eager to learn. Even some of our Métis staff aren't aware of the culture. They may have just found out who they are. So it's about growing together, and our staff are very eager to learn about our culture. And I just want to thank all our staff, and thank our staff for putting this together. It hasn't been done in a few years, and we do have a lot of new staff, and it's we're facing a lot of glitches, but that's okay because we're doing it, and we'll accept it, and we'll roll with it. But I just want to this opportunity to thank our staff for everything they do, and for welcoming our teachings and being eager to learn about who the Métis people are. So thank you.
Just before we wrap this up, I just want everybody to look around. Look next to you. Turn your heads around, see what you see. What I see is 90% of these people in this room are Métis women. My hat's off to all you women out there. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being part of our nation.
All right. Thank you very much. That was a beautiful discussion. Hats off to the board here for the respectful and informative answers. And also a big round of applause to those that had the bravery to come up and ask these important questions. Thank you. So for the next step here, we will resume the agenda.
What are the... I guess the big question is, what are the next steps here? I'm trying to figure out where are we going from here? Where are we moving from here? And I know we have a 7:30 greeting, a social, but because the agenda got switched around, even I'm asking that, so. Hello, John.
Hello, everyone. If you could please keep your seats, we're going to start the business part of the agenda. What? Pardon? Juice up here? I don't know. Hello? All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Beaker, and I'm going to be the AGM clerk for the rest of the weekend for the business part of the agenda. To my right is Mr. Callum Robinson. He is one of our deputy clerks. And to my left, frantically trying to get onto the stage right now, is Mr. Brent Weberg. He is also a deputy clerk. I would like to point out that Mr. Robinson and Mr. Weberg are both proud Métis citizens. Okay. All right. You're going for the online. Yes, the computer's about to die. So, what we'd like to start off with is, as the people in the room know, you have been issued some electronic voting devices. I will say that these electronic voting devices have been used with great success with the AGA at the Métis Nation of Ontario, and we are very, very confident that they will be a great success here. But because this is something new, and also because this is a hybrid agenda, we're going to start off with a test vote of the devices so that everyone knows how to use them and everyone can be confident that they're being used correctly. So for the people in the room who have a voting device, when a vote is called, you press 1 if you want to vote in favor. You press 2 if you are voting opposed. And you press 3 if you wish to abstain. For people online, on the right-hand column of the platform that you're joining us on, when a vote is called, you will get an option, you will be presented a voting option with the same 3 results: in favor, opposed, and abstain, and you click the one that you want. The voting will become available on the voting tab on the right-hand column. So on the right-hand column, you have questions, voting, and then I believe files. When a vote is called, click on voting. The vote that is on the floor will be live, and then you can vote. So I would like to direct our AV team to please put up the test question, and let's do a quick test vote. So it's a test vote. There is no question up there, but if everyone could press 1, 2, or 3 on their devices to please cast your vote accordingly, let's test this out. No, they're going to. Huh? Okay, so the vote should be live online. So we should start seeing some things coming in.
I don't see the question yet.
Yeah. Could I get confirmation that that test vote has been pushed out on the online platform yet? It has? Perfect. There we go. Yeah. Okay, we'll give the people online probably 30 more seconds to cast their votes. I believe that everyone in the room has probably voted. You vote once. You vote once, so be very particular with which button you choose. Then the first button you pressed would have been recorded. Okay, I'm going to give 10 more seconds for online votes, and for the in-person voting, if I could get those numbers, please, from our support crew. No. Try and. Okay, we need numbers. We don't need percentages, we need numbers. Yes.
No, if you hold it over, it says
Oh,
4 abstain,
hold it over.
4 in favor, and 3 opposed.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
You got that?
I do.
Okay.
So that was what, 4? How many?
We got 4, 4, 3.
Okay, so for abstain in favor, and okay. 4, 4, 3.
But that was different than what they put online.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, online voting is now closed. I'm waiting for the numbers in the room.
Those will only be online votes.
No, we're going to tally them. Okay.
And we have one question online.
Let's Okay, thank you. All the votes have now been tabulated. And for that test vote, we had 70 in favor, 16 opposed, and 18 abstentions. So I think our test vote went quite well. Hopefully it will be. Hopefully it will become a lot quicker as we become more familiar with the system, and as we get through the rest of the weekend. So also with the test vote, I can also confirm that there is a quorum in the room. So we are able to start with the business of the AGM. And the first piece of business is to fill the chair to my left. It is for nomination of the chair of the AGM. So I'm going to declare nominations open. If you wish to nominate somebody to chair the AGM, please step to the microphones if you're in the room, or raise your hand online. And when you're acknowledged, please state who you would like to nominate for chair. Yes, please go ahead.
Susie Hooper, Northwest Regional Director, Tri River Métis Community. I'd like to nominate David Pelche.
Is there a second for the nomination of Mr. Peltier?
I can second it over here.
Yes, and
Wendy Schneider, Rocky Mountain Métis Association.
I thought that was you, Wendy. I wasn't 100% sure. Thank you very much, Wendy. Is Mr. Peltier in the room, and does he consent for his name to be put forward as chair? Okay, I declare Mr. Peltier nominated. Are there any more nominations for chair of the AGM? If anyone else would like to put a name forward, please step up right now or raise your hand online. Go ahead and let us recognize Helene Wilson, if she could be brought in, and please put forward a name for nomination. We'll maybe give it just another minute. All right, are there any other nominations? Anyone else would like to put forward a name for nomination? I will make a final call for nominations for chair of the AGM. Nominations are now closed, as there is only one candidate for chair of the AGM. Please give a very warm welcome to your 2022 AGM chair, David Peltier.
A little bit of house cleaning.
let's have
Is it possible that we can have some mics back there so people don't have to walk all the way here?
That's a very good point, Mr. Labakan. If we have the technology available to set that up, we might not be able to set that up maybe for this afternoon, but we could, if we have mics available, we can have those set up for tomorrow morning. That's
Yep.
a very good point. Thank you very much.
2022. Let's get with it.
We'll give Dave a second here. I would just like to mention that as the staff member who was tasked with putting together the draft proposed agenda for the AGM, that I put something together, and when it didn't necessarily come to hand, my Prussian heritage demanded order. But then I also remembered the phrase that man plans and God laughs. So I'm very glad that we're here. Mr. Pelche, could you please call the meeting to order?
Yes, thank you. I call the 2022 MNBC AGM to order. Before we proceed, I do want to thank everyone for that undeserved round of applause and whooping. I mean, my head has grown much more than it ought to, but I appreciate the indication of support and confidence, and I really appreciate that. For those of you who don't know me, and there was a few people weren't cheering, so I assume there might be a couple. My name is Dave Pelche. I am the current president of the Golden Years Métis Society, which represents Métis citizens in the Maple Ridge Pitt Meadows area. You've seen my father, who's spoken a couple of times, and I've been fortunate to be raised in a good way and attend a number of AGMs and gatherings, and so I'm always honored when I'm asked to assist with the facilitation of our meetings, and so I really appreciate the confidence, and I take the role seriously, so I do appreciate that. I'm just gonna, a few words. I know I'm not gonna say we're behind because we don't have an agenda that's been accepted, so we don't have an agenda, so we're not behind anything. Now there might be, we need to mix some things up, but that's fine. I just want to make a few comments. This is a very important opportunity for our citizens to participate in the governance, and I think we need to keep that in mind. There's a lot of talk from dignitaries, there's the opportunity to meet and to gather and to say hello, and those are certainly significant and important things, but one of the main reasons is that this is one of our main governance structures and how we govern ourselves. And it's important to keep that in mind and to realize that that participation and everyone's participation here and online is important for us to demonstrate how we self-govern, how we put our values and our traditions into play, and I think that's always important to keep in mind. This is great to see everyone in person that is here, and of course not everyone's able to make it in person, but what's fantastic is that we're able to this year for the first time hold a hybrid gathering. The last 2 years everyone's had the challenges and the challenges of meeting and gathering, and certainly in my community that's certainly been the case. But there have been blessings as well in some of the technologies that have developed, and we've had 2 purely remote AGMs since our last in-person gathering, and that technology has allowed us to increase the participation, particularly this year where we were doing this hybrid. So there will be some growing pains with the technology. I think that's to be expected, but I know, speaking with Mr. Beaker, that a lot of, there's been a lot of work that's gone into it, so I'm hoping that it goes through, but it's only going to go through with the participation and the patience of everyone, both in person and online. And this hybrid method is only going to work if all attendees are able to participate. And so that's the members that are here present in person as well as those that are online. And so as my role of chair, and to further that end, I'm going to be doing my utmost to ensure that participants online are not forgotten because they're not visually present, but to make sure that we are doing so and dealing with that. So as chair, I'm responsible to the Assembly to ensure that the discussions we have for the next little bit here and the next couple days are fruitful and respectful. It's important that all voices are heard, and as a result, and what we've done in the past, there's been standing rules, and I think this is what one of our senators was talking about this morning, and what we look at in how we govern ourselves, how we proceed, to have something so that there's expectations of our citizens. We can hold each other, and myself too, to account when we're not following that, so we're not descending into chaos, and so that everyone does have an equal opportunity. We are fortunate enough, for those of you in the past that have attended, Ellie Mina, who is our parliamentarian, who's able to assist us with some of the intricacies of the Robert's Rules and other processes, is present. He is remote. And so I'm going to open it to him at this time to just introduce himself, his role, and to kind of set out and go through the standing rules by which we will conduct our business. So if Mr. Mina could be entered or can enter the remote space, that would be great at this time. Mr. Mina, I see you speaking, but you might be muted or... There we go. I can hear you, yes. I can hear you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mina. Appreciate that. So if you have the draft agenda, that is included, and a lot of the documents are already included in the annual report. It's there, all the legislation, so it's going to be quite helpful for the weekend. Please try to keep that with you during the meeting. They're also online on the platform, so those links should be working. I do understand there has been, one of the links was linking to the wrong thing, so we're looking at that to make sure that that's corrected. The first thing that we would be dealing with then is to adopt an agenda. So the agenda that we have here, as Mr. Beaker said when he prepared it, it's obviously we're a little off from that. That's fine. What I'm going to suggest is we'll deal with the review and accepting of minutes tomorrow. The reason I'm saying that is I know we're already at 4:30, but we do have the presentation by Manning Elliott, Chartered Accountant, who's here, and the availability of the accountant to come late or tomorrow. I don't think we have that. So what I'm going to suggest is we deal with the agenda and then jump straight to the accountant and the presentation of the financial statements. If you look at day 2, so tomorrow, we've already had the President's report, so we can remove that. You will also see there are 2 signing ceremonies. The second one that had been preliminarily scheduled for 11:45 with the Public Health Services Authority, that is going to be postponed to another date. Unfortunately, there were some last-minute changes, and that signing is not going to be in a position to be signed tomorrow. The remaining portions of the agenda will be able to stay, again, adding in the review and accepting of the minutes from the 2021 AGM. Now, before we get to the vote, okay, thank you. I was just confirming that we've actually dealt with quorum, but so then what we'll do is we'll ask to, and I'm not sure if Mr. Beaker's been updating a copy of the agenda, that we can make sure we...
Not live, but we'll put out a copy of the revised agenda once it is prepared.
Okay. So at this time, then I will ask if we have anyone to move for the acceptance of the agenda, again, as modified. As
So you guys can go into the participants list and
Okay. The wish list?
I'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out. Perfect. I'm like, I haven't really been involved in that.
No, he would be, we're looking at more like around 10.
It's going to be about 10.
Maybe a little bit before 10.
Maybe just a little before 10
I'm so
a.m.
CIT. Doesn't mean I know how it works.
You can cut the question shorter.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let Dave know. All right, thanks, thank you. Okay, so they're good, no more.
So, see, that just goes to show you, right? Everyone thinks that,
Check.
Let's confirm that our feed is back up and let's get back.
Hello?
Admin right
Looking
now.
like you got it?
I'm going to register him right now. You go in and you
I thought it was
confirm him as an
a
admin,
background for the whole time.
and then we can push the link out to him
Cloud
tomorrow.
recording not enabled. Let's see if I refresh.
I'm going to.
Hello? Yeah, confirm that. We'll get to you in just a second.
Okay. I think we're good. I let everyone know the meeting was on hold.
Hello, everyone. If we can have you to take your seats. The microphone coming on is an indicator that sounds like we are back up. Before I get to the microphone to my right, I am going to advise that when we were talking about adjusting the agenda, given the increased time we've lost and what it's getting late, the proposal is to put Manning Elliott first thing tomorrow morning, push the cap Capital Corp presentation to follow that. And of course, as I said, the President's report would be removed, so that's how it is. So the proposal is this afternoon to finish adoption with the agenda and then adjourn for the day, and then start tomorrow morning with Capital Corp, Manning Elliott, who will be appearing remotely, but still be able to answer questions and make the presentation, then the Capital Corp, and then we will add the approval of the acceptance and approval of minutes from last AGM. So that's the proposed agenda. And again, we'll need someone to move in a second, but we'll return to our, the microphone here, and hopefully it's working.
It is, yay! Okay, so hi, Anya McVeigh, Nicola Valley District. I move that the draft agenda be adopted with the proposed changes, as well as a couple others, that everything above the meeting being called to order be stricken, because you can't have an agenda if the meeting hasn't been called to order. And that just below that, the health break and the AGM clerk confirming quorum be stricken, because that happened before we were called to order.
No, I appreciate it. And there's other items on the agenda which really aren't business of the AGM, such as the welcome reception and the banquet, but I think is there, let's say, for informational purposes. But I appreciate the moving and seconding and the striking, if I can put it that way, of the portions that have already been completed prior to the actual calling of order. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Chair recognizes the speaker at the microphone.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not here to second. If appropriate, I'd like to respectfully submit a change to the agenda, namely the order of the resolutions. I would prefer to have resolution number 5 put in position 2 or 3. The reasoning behind that is I consider it to be a resolution of extreme importance. The last 5 years, I don't think I came across something that would have as much of a positive impact in the MNBC / volunteer community relationship as voting yes in favor of resolution number 5, and I would consider it very unfortunate if it would be tabled on Sunday due to lack of time. So that is my request.
Thank you. I'll just turn to Mr. Beaker for a comment.
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I would just like to point out that resolutions 3 through 5 require constitutional amendments, which require a different threshold of votes in favor for it to be adopted, and that's why the 3 of them are put together. With your suggestion, Mr. Allard, we could put resolution 5 after resolutions 1 and 2, and then when we start with resolution 5, which will keep as resolution 5 because it's in everyone's books, we can start with 5 and then the other 2. Is that acceptable?
Yes, especially if it's acceptable to a majority. Thank you.
So what I'll ask is for the original mover, because we still don't have a seconder, is if that's agreeable to you, and I'm seeing she's nodding her head, and so Mr. Allard, then given that it's agreeable, will you be seconding that? And I'm seeing you nodding your head. So Mr. Allard. And Chair yes. Yeah, we've got, I don't think we need a third, but so at this point then we do have the amended agenda with the tweak of the order of the resolutions before the Assembly. If there are any questions, comments, and I'm going to ask my colleagues up here if there's anything coming up on the online. And while I'm saying that, something I didn't quite raise before, but if those, again, it was mentioned earlier in the Assembly, if there's someone online that wishes to speak to a motion or resolution, to use the raise hand function, and then will be added to the queue, the speaking queue. And again, this doesn't stop anyone if there's any other questions. And if there's any points of orders, for example, for virtual attendees, please type that into the chat function with the wording point of order so that it's highlighted for us so that we can ensure we're getting to that at the right time. But please note again that our point of order is to when there is a perceived breach of the rules or procedure. It's not a way to jump the queue or to discuss the particular motion. So I just want to raise that, and I'll remind everyone tomorrow as well. I'm not seeing anyone coming up. I'm just confirming. It doesn't look like there's anyone online. So I'm going to move to a question on this, move to a vote. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask if there's for unanimous consent. So what that means is you won't need to vote. If you're in person and you wish to oppose, essentially, raise your hand, and same with online. If there's no hands up, I'll accept that as unanimous consent, and we'll accept that as adopted. And for those obviously online, I'm not seeing hands within the hall or within the space. And we'll give them a second. I'm not seeing hands popping up online. I'll just give it 20 seconds. 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi. All right, so that carries unanimously, and so according to our adopted modified agenda, we are adjourning for the day. See you tomorrow morning, 8:30, bright and early.
A couple of housekeeping issues before everyone raises the door. Please return your voting devices to staff that are at the door. And when you come in tomorrow morning, you will be issued a voting device when you come in. The welcome reception is at 7:30 tonight. And for anyone who has checked in person today for the AGM and is wishing to participate virtually tomorrow, please let reception know that you are not going to be in person here, and we'll make sure that your online credentials are working. If you're going to be in person again tomorrow morning, just show up and we'll see you at 8:30. Thank you.
And hey folks, as you're going out the door, just a reminder, there is an elders room on the 3rd floor. It's called the crew room. There's signage that can lead you there. Just repeat, there's an elders room with snacks and comfy chairs. If you can't find it, ask a staff member. Thank you.